told your friend you're not okay? And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Got a buildup of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay? Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby I have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away.
Vamos começar o interrogatório. Trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. Your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray.
How's it going, everybody? We are back with some Rogue Trader. Had a little bit of a tech issue with OBS crashing, like just as the stream was starting, but we made it. Gonna have to do this. We'll leave Ulf. Actually, no, I kind of want to bring Ulfar. I want to bring Ulfar because having Ulfar here adds to is most certainly going to add to the charm of dealing with Marajai's quest. Also, you know, he'll be useful if we have to, you know, break a few Dark Eldar.
Thank Russ for my sharp senses.
Fuck is this? Nah.
Follow my lead.
But goddamn, these guys are fucked. Judging by the blood dripping from every crack in the broken armor, the Xenos inside practically exploded. The cause of this gruesome death is unclear. So that saved us some trouble. You know, we're not gonna have to do that to him ourselves.
A new challenge for me?
Destroyed Xenotech gives off a repulsive chemical stench.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
There is a glistening, gaping wound under the Kabalite's cracked armor. The Xenos were not just killed. His insides were turned into paste as he was slowly eviscerated.
None shall stand in my way.
The convulsing Xenos is dressed in reaving Tempest armor that has been pierced by weapons in several places. The dying warrior raises his head and stares at you. He sees Marajai and opens his bloody mouth wide. You, refuse of the arena. They must. Marajai's movements are swift and precise, making the dying Drukhari gurgle and fall silent forever. The Dracon pensively wipes the blood off his blade. They must be taught to worship me anew. What is happening on this planet? Carnage. Killing enemies or each other does not matter. They suffer as I have suffered, driven insane by the voice of Sail and Thresh. In real space can only be drowned out by the whistling of blades and the moans of the dying. They've been fighting for a long time. A heavy ordeal for Drukhari. Protracted battles in real space require particular dedication and ferocity. Strange. What is strange? You cannot see it. But, oh. It's not the Kabalite warrior talking, it's Marajai. You cannot see it, but the very battlefield is strange. Clashes between Cabals are different from raids on Monkai worlds. I can draw attack vectors in my head as much as I want, picture the squad locations and so on, but it does not make sense. Nothing about this makes sense. Enough. Had enough fun yet? We need to move on. Straight into the maw of those who think they can outwit us. Indeed, my weapons have been sheathed for too long.
It's about time.
The Drukhari look foreign against the background of the gorge. Long black figures that brandish their weapons when you approach. An angry whisper runs through the ranks of the Xenos. It seems they can barely restrain themselves from lunging at you. Excellent! I expected nothing less. Do you hear how much anger my mere appearance provokes? Oh, how I will cherish this slaughter. Nasrakai, you know the Xenos in the split golden mask? The figure who presided over your fake inquisitorial trial emerges from the haze of anguished memory, shrouded in the parasite-induced gloom. Give me a second. Didn't realize my window was open, and it caused my door to slam shut. Whoopsie. Nazrakai. Okay, it just slammed shut again. I need to close my window. Give me a second. Nazrakai, Archon of the Black Heart, in the flesh. What a surprise! Marajai's voice is deliberately calm, but you catch a note of genuine surprise, even amazement. This is the last thing he was expecting. I remember him. It was him that I answered in that trial in Comora. You came, you foolish whelp. Peril was not lying when he claimed you'd be stupid enough or brazen enough to show yourself before the raving tempest again. Or rather before the new ranks of the Black Heart. Who is that? Sinisthoria, the last succubus from the cult of the Fatal Thirst that ruled the arena. It was she who suggested I join the blood-stained proselytes, instead of decorating her chambers with my innards. My rebellious toy. You did not honestly think your ridiculous escape from the cult that had graciously given you refuge would be forgiven, did you? What are all these Drukhari leaders doing here? Indeed, Nazrakai, what are the great Archon and his pet succubus doing here? I have come to teach you a lesson, whelp, to make an example out of you in the presence of the rest of you wretched cabal, which the Black Heart has graciously accepted into its ranks. There's something familiar about Nazrakai's face and movements. Till you understand, you've seen the same lurching gestures, the same twitching in Marajai after he withered and was driven insane by the unceasing whispering of the war. It seems the Archon spent too long in real space. So the invitation was a trap after all. By the stars, you Drukhari are so predictable. So neither of us had any doubt about what was going to happen here. And the remains of the Reaving Tempest have joined a different cabal. Your monkey master does not even let you speak without permission, whelp. You're pathetic, Marajai. Hey, CNDK, how's it going? We're about to murder a bunch of Drukhari. It's okay, they deserve it. You are pathetic, Marajai. Perhaps you should think of your impending doom as deliverance. The Aizraish betrayed and offended their cabal. One by her weakness and irreverence, the other by his pathetic performance at the Obsidian Court and an alliance with the monkey. To call oneself of the Reaving Tempest these days is to be dishonored. Its former members may pass into death or servitude to a different master. Archon Nazrakai granted his favor to the scum who once served the Aizraish. I gave them the privilege of joining the Black Heart, greatest cabal of glorious Comora, but only if they tracked down and brought back the last surviving member of the former Archon's line, the last living Aizraish. Your former warriors have done their part, though not without assistance from the witches of the Fatal Thirst, but that is no reason to deny the credit. Only good knife here is a dead knife here. Correct! The ones in my party are useful, so we keep them around. You hear the creaking of gloves as Marajai's hands clutch his blade grips, a telltale sign that he's not merely annoyed, but beside himself with fury. Marajai's face is a complex mask of emotions, rage, astonishment, and realization. He begins to speak, his voice unusually hoarse and quiet, the words meant only for Nazrakai's ears. You were not planning to overthrow your Emeris. You did not plan to make me the new Archon of the Reaving Tempest. From the beginning, you wanted to destroy my cabal. The Reaving Tempest. Oh yeah, you can avoid a lot of combat. Like, you can avoid most fights very easily. Especially if there's dialogue, almost always you can avoid the fight. Like, usually by just conceding whatever it is they wanted. You know, strong personalities tend to clash in that regard. but I'm pretty sure here I could probably just give them Maragi and walk away without a fight. But it's like these guys literally just exist as opponents for the purpose of Maragi's quest, so I don't plan to do that. The Raving Tempest, such a grand name for a pile of rubbish led by a haughty bitch. The sniveling wretch thought she could bend the laws of Comrade to extract the Cabal from the protection of the Black Heart. No one rejects our favor without consequence. I just began planning raids on the Spire, when who should come to me? You, the Cabal's Dracon who longed to regain the favor of the Black Heart. You asked for an alliance to bolster the loyalty of the Raving Tempest. You pledged your allegiance. I confess, for a moment I even entertained the thought of installing you as Archon. But that moment melted away at the thought of tearing the Raving Tempest apart from the inside without having to lift a finger. You were the one to suggest holding a free trial for your Emeress. No matter the outcome, you promised to condemn her in the name of the Black Heart, your voice being second only to that of a Drublail Vecht himself. You let me set the stage with my own hands. And then you delivered the verdict, stripping the Raving Tempest of its Dracon and showing the others the Cabal had made a mistake and grown weak. What about Nocturne of Oblivion? What part did he play during the trial? He does not know, Anti-Kill. The great Archon of the Black Heart does not have the slightest idea what the Arabenian was doing at his little trial. Bought the game weeks ago, but couldn't play it because my friends all wanted to play BG3 again, and I don't have enough storage space to keep both games. Finally downloading it. It's definitely worth it. You forget yourself, whelp! Brief moment, spark of rage surfaces from under Nazarka's mask of arrogant tranquility. So the Raving Tempest was doomed from the start. The outcome was known long before the story began. One Aizaraish brought the wrath of the Black Heart upon her Cabal. The other became the first pillar to fall at my command. And now the remains of the Cabalites still loyal to Vecht will put an end to the history of the departed Cabal. They brought me to you, and they will drag you back to Comora in chains. The Aizaraish have lost the right to be considered the first among us. If the Black Heart wills it, we will destroy those who have dishonored the Cabal. Then why did you serve me so well by bringing my sworn enemy here, Karael? Both he and the remnants of the Reaping Tempest will be mine, and I will forever listen to your agony. Kill them! Kill everyone except the whelp! I need him alive! Okay, that's surprising that they actually just wanted us dead, huh? Yeah, just blast them. Right there. There's a lot of them here, but that's going to be easily taken care of. Let's do this here. That's right, you pussy, run away. Let's throw Marajai in there. This guy's gonna die for sure, so we'll mark him as the target. Then give him an extra turn. Let's put this on you. Fucking blew his own dude apart. That's kind of funny. Let's hit Daring Breach. Mark him as the main target. Finish him off. Ooh, I said finish him off. Good job. Do you ever think of switching back to normal facecam, by the way, or have you become one with the ant? Oh, shit, I just realized my ant isn't here. It's something that I'm not, like, too married to. Maybe someday I'll go back. Right now I'm enjoying being an ant.
I hold all the cards.
So it's not something I'm, like, married to one way or the other.
I'll pass.
Should take him out. How long is the game? You getting close to the end? I'm in chapter 5 and I'm 70 hours in. I don't know if this is the end though, but I think this is the final chapter, yeah.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. I don't have time for this.
And I am currently fucking overpowered.
Nothing of value has been lost.
Wait, there's still more of them. I didn't even notice these guys. I guess just pop that one.
What a pleasure.
They'll write legends ever.
You will pay for this in blood.
I somehow don't think I will.
Watch my back.
But yeah, it's reasonably long. It seems about as long as previous Owlcat games. You ain't gonna return shit. Let's get the bolter out. Do this. This increases my crit damage. So gonna do that. Then do this, so it's... Alright. Stone bolter, so lots of shots. There you go. We did it. Nazrakai is dead, Sinistoria is dead, and all those cowards and sycophants are dead. Every last one of them. Does this mean there's no one left to threaten you? Mandrakes. Nazrakai's followers. The remains of the Reaving Tempest. No, I am still in danger. But will they risk hunting me, a Drukhari who lives in real space and has destroyed all of his enemies? I doubt it. Do not regret what happened. I have no need of spineless, disloyal scum who were tested by circumstance and found wanting. The ones who cast me down, I have ground to dust. What is there to regret? His gaze is directed somewhere else, past you, past the bloody remains beneath your feet and towards something only he can see. I will find a purpose for myself. I will find whoever is pursuing me, even if that means tracking them here and not in the webway. Now, fun's over. It's time to return. Indeed. And once we're back, you and I will have a talk. But for now, let us collect the trophies. A modified splinter pistol and capes. Bitches love capes. It's me, I'm bitches. First Pathfinder was the longest one. I remember thinking I was getting close to the end, only to realize I was only halfway there. Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember it was a little long. Ooh. This is neat for him, but he can't use it. But he's the only one who's, you know, doing the fire and iron. I think everybody else is kind of not doing that. I guess I could give him the cape. It does fit the aesthetic. And, you know, if I have him with this, I can always just... Holy crap, he's telekinetic. He's the most powerful Drukhari that's ever fucking lived. Look at this shit. Look at it. Bro is using fucking telepathy to control his gun. Axes, hammer, and las weapons. First single target ability, blood haste. A little extra sum to weapon skill isn't bad. This is also not bad. Go with this, I guess. What do I want to upgrade? I guess persuasion. Who else has high persuasion? Jay. Jay has high persuasion. But it's good for him to have it as well. Sometimes you have to just use him. From when I was like, wait, is that a bug or a feature? It is a feature. It is absolutely a bug feature. It is one of those times where it doesn't matter if it's a bug or a feature, it's just funny. It's kind of like Bethesda Ragdolls. Like, everybody knows that's not supposed to happen, but it's so enjoyable when it does that people just accept it now. Okay, we're almost done. Should have increased her lore warp since that one was relatively low. Everything else is so high. It barely warrants actually rolling dice anymore. Claws of the Black Hunt. If an enemy has at least each attack from an ally on that enemy inflicts one more stack. Each stack of Black Hunt can 12 attacks against that creature. You know what? Sure. Let's see, what does Nazarkai have on him? A modified splinter rifle, a blast pistol, and another Dark Reaver.
Victory awaits.
I was like, what the fuck? Why do I only have 3 people in the party?
Challenge for me?
So, Marajai wants to talk. Let's talk to him. By the way, I didn't talk to Argenta after her quest because I was so fucking pissed off by the fact that I just got robbed out of it.
Following you into the flames of battle with
Yeah, okay, whatever. Yes, you do. Fine. Like, the way her quest ended for me completely made me lose interest in the character entirely. By some creatures from the shadow.
I have some recollection. What is it to you?
Demand an explanation for one thing. What were they?
It was the mandrakes that I used to get you before. Creatures from the depths of Camorra. They thought they could ambush me here on this barge of yours. I taught them a painful lesson. I carved the symbol of Azuriesh on one's throat and hurled it back into the shadows to serve as a message to whoever dares to come for me the next time. If they come calling again, they'll be given the same welcome that I gave them before.
She's nice, but like, basically, do not make her be humble. Just anytime that she talks, just exalt her. Just encourage her the whole time. Otherwise, you get punished at the end of her quest line. That's all I'll say.
The Cabal is as good as dead, and everyone who wanted me dead has perished along with it. Now that I'm no longer being hunted by assassins, I'm free to choose my next steps. It is a strange feeling. I will grapple.
I have not watched the new Dune movie yet. No, I've watched the original. I really enjoyed it.
I would hate to miss
Not the original, like the first one. The first of the new ones. I never watched the original.
Then go.
What do you mean proceed to the meeting place? We did that. What do you mean I failed proceed to the meeting place? What? We did this! What the fuck? Whatever. But yeah, I saw the first of the two new ones with Timothy Chalamet. He plays really well into the role. I know this is gonna be controversial or whatever, but the one thing I didn't like about all of it was fuck, what's the chick who plays MJ in the new Spider-Man? Because like I looked at her and she just screams American to me, right? So it's like I'm looking at that. Everybody else in the tribe, Zendaya, yeah, she just screams American. And this isn't like about her physicality or facial feature. It's just the way she walks and talks and even looks at things. It's so aggressively American, whereas everybody else manages to have this hardened vibe to them. The way they walk and talk and look at things. They look like they've been living in this death world their entire lives. And then there's this American girl who's also there. And it's kind of like that kind of looks out of place in the first one. I don't know how she is in the second one. I'd have to see. So, under thin clouds, as if shredded by a careless blade, sway vast steppes carpeted by pale gold deadwood. The rogue trader's attentive eye distinguishes a region among the endless grasses that does not fit into the general landscape. You mean the giant Necron city that can be seen from orbit? Is that what you mean? I think the fact she's really popular these days also affects that perception, but yeah, I wasn't a big fan either. It's like I'll be honest, I don't usually have a problem with I don't have a problem with actors just being in every movie. Like for example, I enjoy seeing The Rock in a lot of movies because it's like I know what type of movie it's gonna be, and it ends up being enjoyable to watch him, like just throwing people around and being loud and funny, right? Especially movies with him and Kevin Hart together. I think they have really good chemistry, and I really enjoy watching them. But when I'm watching a movie that's meant to be like a space odyssey almost, like this sci-fi drama, and there's this girl that just, I don't know, I don't feel like Zendaya fits that role, like, at all. I think she did very well as MJ. I'm not calling her Michelle Jones. I think she did very well as MJ. I think I've heard really good things about almost all of the roles where she plays a girl in America. But when she has to portray something that is so completely devoid from her reality, you can tell that she isn't able to fully get into that role because she still keeps all of these mannerisms of somebody who has never once been in mortal danger in her life. I love Necrons, one of my favorite factions. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty cool. The Robo-Skeletons. The scouts from the shuttle see signs of intelligent life. You mean the giant city that can be seen from orbit? I'm gonna stop now. Judging by the trampled soil and tent frames, someone made camp here. Distant silhouettes form a tangle of paths and obstacles. A maze. You mean the one that can be seen from orbit? The outer walls are supplemented by a multitude of spikes and blades. No, because like I'm gonna keep bullying because it's like the rogue trader's attentive eye. What do you mean? What do you mean attentive eye? You can see it from orbit. The outer walls are supplemented by a multitude of spikes and blades, and decorated with scraps of leather and withered crucified prisoners. It does not take an expert in xenoculture to reason that Drukari have been here. Send out a squad of scouts to search the camp. As they come over the tracks left around the Drukhari structures, the scouts find items of Imperial make, blood-soaked clothes, an Aquila patch, and a data slate cracked in half. Gothic letters and the symbol of the Inquisition are frozen on its bottom half. The sentence fragments make up part of an exploration report. The servants of von Valancius find a rough illustration of the camp in the pocket of a filthy coat. On it are marked 2 locations. The first is shown with a sword and highlights the area where the items were found. The other is the skull point and points to a patch of ground by the maze. Alright, go find out. The scouts carefully inspect every piece of land in the marked area and discover a camouflaged pit studded with strong thin needles. In a niche sunk into the wall of the trap glitters a volumetric flask with an ugly creature that looks like several brains stuck together. The Rogue Traders people recognize the grotesque figure as the Drukhari Medusa, a parasite capable of registering emotions and transferring them to its master. This thing was left here as the equivalent of a pict recorder, collecting the suffering of Drukhari's victims. Continue exploring the area. Deep prints belonging to landing legs and a ladder are visible in the grass behind the maze. The relative positions of the recesses correspond to the design of an Imperial shuttle. When the von Valancius scouts approach, they find a wax seal bearing the symbol of the Inquisition and a monogram formed with the letters XC, Xavier Calcazar, most likely. An officer voices the proposition that the initials correspond to the name of Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar. Search for other objects. Ooh. A knife. A segment of the dry grass a few meters in front of the prints from the ladder has been cut as if scythed. Among the chopped stems lies a piece of Drukhari trophy, a flap of dark skin stretched out by thin chains. Most of it is covered by a tattoo, a silhouette of a storm or tornado, and a black symbol composed of curved lines and sharp shapes. Alright, burn away all trace of Xenos presence. The predatory structures do not burn easily, and it takes a long time for them to heat up. When the flames finally gather strength, turquoise explosions flash amid the yellow-orange waves. Whatever was down there was dangerous. Gonna have to fight some Necrons up here. Lord Captain, there was an incident on the flight deck. The planet we discovered is located at the coordinates of interest to the Honorable Ulfar, Angel of the Emperor. The moment he learned about this, he chose to abandon ship. He ordered a shuttle to be provided to him and directed it to the world before us. We do not know where exactly he wished to go, but the augurs have tracked the shuttle to its landing site. He stole a shuttle. How did this happen? Lord Ulfar simply showed up at the deck, drove the enforcers away, and demanded he be granted clearance for takeoff. Your servants became frightened and dared not disobey his orders. Why have I not been notified of his actions right away? He forbade it, and the enforcers did not dare to defy an Angel of the Emperor. I'm very sorry. I see. I apologize for having to bring you this troubling news, Lord Captain. Alright. Scouting party led by the Rogue Trader himself makes planfall on the frozen world. The shuttle on which Ulfar Thunderlung departed the ship has been designated the starting point for the search. Said shuttle is found at the landing site, intact and undamaged. Examine the stolen shuttle. The machine spirit is in fine form. It is ready to ascend from the world's surface. No clues have been found as to Ulfar Thunderlung's intended destination, but a keen-eyed scout sights several disturbed snowdrifts that may indicate the route taken by the Space Wolf. Scout out the area. Scouts discover numerous structures, burial grounds, and obelisks of the Xeno race that once ruled the star systems. You mean the giant city that can be seen from orbit? All of which are now encased in ice and solemn sepulchre stillness. No signs of activity by potentially hostile Xenos have been detected. Not even the giant city that can be seen from orbit. Follow the trail. My god. The group bravely ventures onward. Into the realm of blinding white and crackling frost, the sky is soon blanketed with snow clouds that block out the star's light. The wind, howling like a pack of hungry spirits, sweeps away all tracks and whips up a furious storm. The path is full of dangers. A treacherous crevice hidden under the snow's crust suddenly opens wide underneath the enforcer's feet. It is only the vigilance of the Lord Captain and his companions who hear the telltale crack in time that saves the soldiers from certain death. A few hours later, the expedition comes to a plateau. Rising up ahead is the dark hull of an Imperial trading vessel that once landed on the world's surface. Investigate the ship. Ship is identified as the Revelation Granted, the merchant cog commandeered by the baleful Howl on footfall. No signs of struggle or other misfortune are found aboard, only some useful cargo on the hold. Contrary to expectations, no crew members are found, dead or alive. The ship has been abandoned, and its fuel systems are now non-functional. The Promethium has frozen solid and ruptured the tanks and pipes. The escalating storm sweeps over the ground. The group, as if trying to bury them in darkness, snow, and obliterating winds. Look for signs of Ulfar. Fresh tracks in the snow leading to the ship's airlocks indicate that he was here, and recently. However, he was not alone. The scouts find strange dips in the snowdrifts surrounding the ship. It seems that someone was watching the ship from position buried in the snow, around the same time that Ulfar Thunderlung was searching it. Send scouts to survey the area. The enforcers search the area and return without finding anything of interest. Not all of them return, in fact, several seem to have lost their way and failed to make it back to the ship. Contact the ship in orbit. The raging storm makes it impossible to establish a Vox link with the rogue trader's vessel, leaving the expedition stranded without aid, but probably not for long. The officers on the bridge should have immediately dispatched help as soon as contact with the scouting party was lost. Decide which direction the search will go in next. In the raging blizzard, it's impossible to determine which way the Space Wolf might have gone. A pair of brave trackers strike out on a long-distance scouting run and still have not returned hours later. Take shelter in the ship. Set up camp. The bone-weary soldiers welcome the chance to rest. Watchful sentries stand guard while their more fortunate comrades stuff themselves with the now frozen rations of the ship's vanished crew. The temperature inexorably plummets. Many members of the expedition suffer from frostbite, while others lose their fortitude and morale. One of the sentries delivers an anxious report to the Lord Captain. He has seen a massive shadow, and it was definitely not Ulfar Thunderlung. Light a brighter fire. Barrels of frozen promethium are dragged outside. The frozen fuel reluctantly succumbs to the heat of the thermal cutters, and fires kindle around the ship. Download at 90%. Nice. Even this is not enough to dispel the snowy darkness, but the people are buoyed up by the additional light and warmth. A messenger rushes to the Lord Captain to report that one of the sentries is missing. Large tracks have been found near the sentry's post, as well as a few drops of blood. Hide in the ship's compartments. The sentries are brought inside and the fire extinguished. Silence reigns in the ship. The frightened people do not move a muscle, afraid to give themselves away by so much as a whisper. A terrible rumbling cuts through the roar of the snow. The clash and clamor of battle is followed by a furious, agonized scream. Send the party toward the sound of battle as soon as possible. Tied together with ropes and bolstering each other with battle cries, the enforcers rush toward the battle in human chains. Unable to see anything ahead in darkness and swirling snow, they blindly stride toward the source of the battle's monstrous thunder. Part of me misses the excitement of letting a game download all night while you sleep. Those were the days. I still do that on occasion. Like, usually the game is finished downloading like an hour or two after, but it's like, still nice. Like, you set the game to download, you go to sleep, and you know you're going to wake up in the next day to a new game. The Lord Captain will personally rush into battle against the mysterious foe. The Lord Captain charges forward, his soldiers rushing after him, and an eerie shadow blocks their path. It is cloaked by the snow and the dark, which turn it into a barely discernible silhouette that emanates the promise of death. Clashing with the unknown enemy that cannot even be seen, the rogue trader deals several devastating blows, and then the malevolent foe hurriedly retreats into the blizzard. Ulfar is found lying in the blood-soaked snow, his body covered in grievous wounds, but the wolf continues to cling to life. With great care, he is borne to the shuttles, and wasting no time, brought back to the ship for urgent treatment. Fucking idiot! This dude just wants to fucking die. Moron. Jackass. Idiot. Wasting my goddamn resources and shit. How was Ulfar? Might actually check on this. Forgive me, Captain. Nothing. Okay. How was Ulfar? Has he regained consciousness? He is feeling better, Lord Captain. The ship's chirurgeon was amazed at his resilience. The esteemed Lord Ulfar is currently convalescing in his chambers. Have a servant escort me to Ulfar's quarters. What the fuck were you thinking? Just kick open the door and start shouting at him. Ulfar's dark figure towers over you. His head is lowered, his hair hanging in a curtain across his face. His fair skin is cross-hatched with broad crimson scars held together by metal staples and covered with black spiked runes for physical healing. Could an ordinary mortal have survived such injuries? Unlikely. Edvater, I must thank you for saving me. I had a difficult battle. I thank the Emperor that he did not take you from us to join his heavenly host, my lord. I always survive. Why did you decide to go to that world alone? So I did not have to bury your body in the snow, Edvater. It is not out of arrogance that wolves do not allow mortals into our affairs, but because the burden of those deeds is heavy, and they reek of death. Just consider what kind of threat you could have been facing, in a place where an entire pack of Astartes has disappeared. If I had risked you for the sake of fulfilling my vows, would that have been worthy of me? We fight together. Do not forget that I am your Edvater. Heaves a sigh which seems to hang in the air between you. You and I are different. Your way is to rule and build, while mine is to destroy and chase down prey. Such is the Allfather's plan, and in that plan, my death on the battlefield is an expected and joyous event, while your death would be premature, sorrowful, and damaging to many other lives. Is the style of this game similar to Demon Hunters? No. It is similar to previous titles from Owlcat, like Pathfinder, Kingmaker, Wrath of the Righteous. It's very similar to that. Not really like Demon Hunters. Demon Hunters is closer to Demon Hunters is the Grey Knight one, right? I think I'm tripping here. Yeah, Demon Hunters. Demon Hunters is more like XCOM, but like XCOM crossed with Darkest Dungeon, where the game constantly like kicks you in the dick. Why does he have a heavy bolter? I don't think I ever gave him a heavy bolter. Okay, he said that. Did you find any trace of your brothers? The vessel I found, the revelation granted, that was them. Inside there were signs that wolf scouts leave for their brothers. The baleful howl landed the ship on the surface and left. The rest of the crew disappeared. I followed my brother's trail until an unknown foe blocked my path and battle ensued. What foe is capable of besting you in combat? Your wounds were truly terrifying. An evil spirit. It attacked me from behind and wounded me instantly. Ulfar points to a particularly gruesome scar on his chest, the strike clearly intended for one of the Space Wolf's two hearts. The wound gives off a strong medicinal scent, but it is not one you recognize, probably a Fenrisian balm brewed by Ulfar himself. Your healers would faint after one whiff of such a potion. Let's ask XCOM. I should play it again soon. Yeah, XCOM was nice. I finished the first one, never really finished the second one. The snow covered my eyes, and I could only make out a shadow, but it moved fast and it was strong. If the Allfather's gift had not knitted my ribs into a hard carapace, that blow would have been my last. I can still feel its claws in my chest, frost-shredding flesh. Wounds left by spirits are dangerous. They create a spiritual link between your body and its pernicious mind. The only way to heal such mutilations is to brew a potion from the blood spilt by their incorporeal bodies. That evil spirit wounded me, too. Then we are both marked. Our bodies will be tormented by its deadly touch until it is defeated. But fear not, Eitvater. We will defeat it. I swear it. Your pack seems to have led an entire ship's crew to their deaths. Do not blame us for what we are. Death always clings to the warriors of the Allfather, and we are fated for no deeds other than those accomplished in the jaws of Murkai. Not a fan of XCOM 2. Yeah, never finished that one because I was halfway through and all the missions kind of started to feel samey at the same time that they started getting easier and easier and easier. And so it's like it felt like the enemies weren't really keeping up with you. And it was kind of not like amazing. You're not your usual self. You seem more somber. By bitter paths comes wisdom, in wake of bloody losses and shattered dreams. Heavy thoughts weighing on its broad shoulders, it enters unbidden and takes a seat by your hearth. Have you been thinking about your life? About the future? Have you ever wondered what it means to be an Astartes? To know no other family but your brothers in battle? To know no other feast but the joy of slaying your enemies and extolling your fallen comrades? To know with certainty that your death will be terrible, brutal, and agonizing, for time holds no sway over us, and no warrior of the All-Father has ever breathed his last in a soft bed. Death holds no fear for us, Eitvater. We have been eating at the same table since day one. Perhaps something good awaits you in the future. Listen, Eitvater. When the wolf priests tested me, I went to the gate of Morkai, a dark place where real space and the thoughts of the great wolves intertwine like the tentacles of a kraken. Everyone who appears before the gate is granted a vision, and mine was a dark omen. I saw myself in two guises, one as white as the moon, the other as black as the lowering sky, and the two were locked in combat. As for which me emerged victorious, that was hidden from my sight. But that is not what frightens me. The Black Wolf's gaze was fearsome, full of more pain than he could ever inflict himself. It drove him mad, turning him into a monster, and as dark as he appeared, I recognized myself in him. After all, I was made for destruction, torment, and annihilation. I am the more agile monster. Does that mean that by All-Father's design I must drink this cup of pain to the bottom in order to fulfill his plan? I do not know. Tell me, why are there no rhymes in your songs? Rhymes are empty frippery. The saga must be alive. If the words happen to fall into a rhyme, well, that is grand, but to make your whole story fit neatly into such a pattern, you must either twist the truth in the service of beauty, or live your life for the sake of a rhyme. Neither is to a wolf's liking. Our sagas are voices sounding through eternity. When we hear them, we do not hear stories. We hear the tellers speaking their words to us now. I just don't like the vibe of it. The first one felt much more grounded and realistic. Also really like the professional organization defends Earth thing, instead of the ragtag guerrilla force you have in XCOM 2. Yeah. It was neat. I also enjoyed XCOM The Bureau. That was nice. It was like a tactical third-person shooter. Gave me like Mass Effect 2 vibes. It was neat. Do you still believe you will find your brothers? I will find them. Probably not alive, but I will find them. Thank you for your answers. You have a right to them. I'm pleased that my servants found a fitting shrine for your armor. The splendor and monumentality of the chamber befit the solemnity of the sacrament unfolding within. As if performing an intricate dance, the servants of the Omnissiah move in time with the murmuring mechanisms, circling the massive space wolf while he stands utterly still. The scent of sacred incense fills the air, giving the sense that one is witnessing a great ritual. An Astartes needs very little. A cell and a table where I can perform the purifying rite on my weapon. That is all I require. But to keep the armor bestowed upon me by the Allfather in some shabby cubicle would be sacrilege. This chamber will do well for the vesting ceremony. There is good plasteel beneath the rich decoration and gilding. Yes, I am satisfied. Oh yeah, it's pretty nice. It was gifted to me by my aunt actually. She saw it and was like, "Hey, he might like this," and I gave it to me, and I enjoyed it. It was pretty dope. What are the servants doing? It's time for me to don my skin again. Ulfar shrugs wearily, his body giving off heat and animal scent. One of the servants opens a casket containing contact unguent. It will be used to anoint each of the black carapace's neural ports, marring the wolf's skin. This sacred augmentation seamlessly fuses Ulfar's body with his armor and every fiber bundle on it. I feel flayed without it. Recently I've been trying to remember what it is like to live without a skin. I can't. Too many years have passed. What will you do now? I must return. My foe awaits me, and it would be dishonorable to retreat from this battle. But I will need help in the fight. You can count on me. I know, White Fighter. Ulfar nods to the servants, and in low voices they begin a guttural prayer. Shadows leap across the hall. across the walls, twisting together in a majestic and savage glance. In the flickering candlelight, the sacred rite is performed. The angel of the Emperor is clothed in the armor of unwavering faith in his wrath. Did they animate it? Fucking cowards. Backpack is the repository of the mighty machine spirit that supplies the Space Marine's armor with the motive force. Its efforts ensure that the heavy armor does not burden the wearer, but rather multiplies his strength and endurance 100-fold. The resplendent armor of the Emperor's Angel, which has seen more than one battle and taken more than one ferocious blow in its centuries of service. The skin of the wild beast conjures up images of a bloody battle between the one who now wears it and the creature from which it was taken. Ulfar standing on a dais beneath the gilded vaults resembles a cast metal statue of a space marine as seen adorning many temples. All that is missing is the armor, sensing a task not yet complete. Mechadendrite tentacles descend from the ceiling toward the wolf, preparing to begin the sacrament of vesting. Very disappointed in the game in the devs for not creating, an animation of, them putting the armor on. It would have been dope. Anyway, let's go beat up the thing that damn near killed a space marine. And I guess killed other space marines as well. Let's do that.
None are better at searching.
Centuries of service and practice.
Ooh. Fucking yo.
Both strong and wise. Follow my lead.
Wait a minute. Wait, why can you use melta guns? Since fucking when? Okay, this is an Archaeotech pistol. It's going for the. It's going to the big man. I need to see something actually. When's my next common one? Next level. All right, next level. Replacing the pistol.
Keep a sharp eye.
So let's discover Ulfar's lifeless body here. I mean, he clearly wasn't lifeless. Tracks of the mysterious enemy that defeated the Space Wolf have almost been hidden in the snow. I'm wondering if it was it wasn't a flayed one, because those aren't, like, big. It might have been a Wraith. Wraiths are pretty big. Hello, hello, Pineapple. How's it going?
Damn it! I mean, just bad luck.
Yeah, bad luck when handling explosives is not good. Need to improve our demolition.
Victory awaits.
No! They're all dead. My brothers. Once again, fate has barred me from traveling to the Hall of the Allfather with my brothers. Look around. The snow-covered battlefield reveals little, but it is clear that the wolves gave furious battle one last time. The rocks are pitted from bolter strikes, and here and there you see scorch marks left by plasma charges. Who were they fighting? I smell no corruption on their bodies, and I see no traces of Xenos weapons. I think they did battle with humans here. Calcazar. What do you think they were looking for here? I do not know what they were seeking, but they certainly found someone here. Otherwise this crime would not have been committed. I'm sorry they died. Do not be sorry, Hatefather. They died with honor, as the Allfather's warriors should. In the hall of Kjalhalla, their horns will be full to the brim with heady mjod. I didn't. I am Portuguese, so opposite side of Europe. I sense evil in their deaths. The souls of the baleful howl are not at rest, but remain here on the battlefield. They are not with the Allfather. I must escort them to him. Will you bear witness to the last honor given to my brothers? Why me? Our sagas have long since become one, and tradition bids that the burial be witnessed by another clan member, not an outsider. I have no one closer than you here. What are you going to do? I will sing their sagas so that the world remembers who they were. Then the flames will take their bodies, and we will drink to the memory of my pack to ease their march to Kjalhalla. Yeah, you can hide as much as you want. I know the truth. I swear, there's not a fucking drop of Norwegian on me. Not a drop. I'm just good at accents, and I've practiced this one a lot. I shall bear with. Perhaps we should return their bodies to Fenris. There is no point now. If they had died recently, and if I were a wolf priest, I would have armed myself with the Fang of Morkai and extracted their progenoids, the implants containing the memory of the Allfather's blood. On Fenris, they would have been transplanted into young wolves, and the valor of my brothers would have lived on in them. But their bodies have laid here too long, so they should simply be given to the flames, to protect them against scavengers and unworthy hands. I know that you are a man of curiosity. Oh, he's turned to Pascal. But do not even think about performing the sacrament of harvesting on my brother's bodies. It is forbidden to you. This unit had no intention of assisting a pack of murderous beasts. Portugal is not a real country. It doesn't make any sense. Have you seen a map of Portugal? It is a rectangle. Portugal earned the right to be a real country by kicking the shit out of the Spanish every time they tried to take us over. Looks at USA states. True. Big true. What are our... Well, that's what happens when states and countries, because American states are pretty much their own countries, are divided by diplomatic means rather than geographical means. A lot of the European country lines are, much more squiggly because they are marked by rivers and mountains and hills and, geographical markings, right? Whereas in the US, it was literally state lines, as in this governor and this governor decided that the one's territory and the other one's their territory begins and ends on this specific place and all that, so it ends up being much more rectangular. But yeah, no, Portugal is a real country by actual right of conquest. So, it is what it is. If the Spanish ever want to take it away from us, they can try. I shall bear witness to their final honor. Ulfar produces a knife inscribed with scarlet runes. Picking up a rock from the ground, he begins to scratch the rock's sharp edge across the blade. Etching a name, his powerful voice rumbles. Hear now the saga of the baleful Howl Pack, proud warriors of Fenris, Vilka Fenrika. Verses weave together, recounting the deeds of each of Ulfar's dead brothers. With incredible precision in every detail, the wolf lists the accomplishments of his comrades, the enemies they slew, and the sacrifices they made. The saga continues at length, and the relentless rhythm sends you into a trance. With a grinding screech, the rock is drawn across the knife blade again and again, inscribing one name after another. African borders is something else. Lol. I'd have to check. Also, have you looked at Egypt? I have not looked at the borders of Egypt. Okay, yeah, that's a straight up fucking rectangle. But that's the thing. Most of African geography is kind of flat, and it kind of suffered a similar fate to the US. That's essentially what happens with places that have been colonized, because both the US and Africa were colonized by, funnily enough, pretty much the same people. Well, that's not true. Africa was mostly colonized by the Portuguese. Sorry, guys. And the British and the Spaniards. The Spanish went to America and Asia. Portugal also went to Asia. Portugal was everywhere. But yeah, that's kind of just how it ends up happening. Also, just looking at the half of S Space Wolf above's Ulfar. This guy? Oh yeah, this guy got fucked up. This guy got fucked up. So, on the cold world they gave battle, the pack's fierce name never disgracing. So ends the saga of the baleful Harrow, and the void thunders with echo unending. Fenris Hjolda. Ulfar is silent for a long time. The etched knife blade slices across his huge palm, and scarlet drops paint the snow. His weary voice rasps. Hear my oath, Ulfather. Yulga Thura Agimya. With his bloodied hand, the wolf removes the rune-covered horn from his belt and, from a flask, pours something dark and sharp-smelling into it. Let us drink to my brothers, Eitvater, and then we will build a pyre. What oath did you just swear? It is the oldest oath on Fenris. It translates as, I will avenge or I will be forsaken. I can't feel my legs. His name is Lieutenant Dan. Brits be like, yeah, just draw a line there. I mean, yeah, it works. And what is that? Usually wolves are commemorated with Mjod, but I'll have to settle for something I made myself. A few poisonous herbs from Yanis, some rare toxins traded on footfall. Maybe this brew will overcome the physical might of an Astartes. Oh, how I wish that my omen would prove a lie, and that my libation would sour without ever being tasted. Sounds like you're asking me to drink poison. I'm not a madman. It is a strong brew, but it will not kill you. It shouldn't, at least. But it may envelop your mind in a haze of dreams. Do not believe everything you see. The visions may have been sent by the Allfather, or by someone else, by someone less worthy. Feast well, wolves. Oh man, casually poisoned self for a drink. What difficulty are you playing on? I was playing on normal because I knew the fucking difficulty that previous Owlcat games were at. And since I started on normal, you know, eventually I'll play on unfair. After this one, it's going to be on unfair. But this one is on normal. Playing on normal. The astringent liquid burns your throat, and a fog immediately descends over your vision. The sky darkens, and the rising wind whistles in your ears. Through it comes the high-pitched cawing of a bird. Caw, 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 motherfucker, caw. Ulfar nods approvingly. It is a sign. Fate walks beside us. Skull! Taking back his horn, the wolf takes a mighty swallow of the stuff. Majestic shadows rise in the snowy haze around you. The figures of warriors clad in indestructible armor, bearing an emblem of two black fangs piercing the yellow of the sun. They are looking at you. The brothers bear witness, which means it is time for us to meet my last comrade. What comrade? There is one missing among the dead, and now I know who I was fighting before. It was Brother Ignilf. What happened to this Ignilf? He went mad with grief over the bodies of his brothers, and the curse of the Wulfen prevailed over his valiant heart. He became a beast. Is he dangerous, or will you be able to reason with him? There is no reasoning with one who knows only the black bitterness of hatred. The curse of the Wulfen is not only our bane, but also our shield against temptation. When intolerable thoughts take shelter in a wolf's mind, the curse comes and drives them out, dousing them with the waters of anger. You cannot reason with a Wulfen, or deceive him, or entice him. That is our bloody talisman against evil. What are we going to do with him? Corruption is washed away with blood. We will cleanse his spirit, as there is no hope for his body now. None return from the curse's embrace. Kalkazar once encountered another of my brothers, who had also become a wolfen. Kalkazar captured him and brought him to Fenris. That is the debt we came here to pay. But we have no way of doing what Kalkazar did, so we will have to grant Brother Ignilf peace. I see. Rather than killing your brother, we can just leave it. Who will he hurt here after all? Himself. He is a shadow of himself. We can't leave him here. I see. The wolf moon raises its head and howls. Then it turns its wise, piercing gaze on you, and blood rains down from its snow-white fangs onto the frozen world. And the space wolf giving an ultramarine the meowed and laughing as he freaked out because he got drunk, and the ultramarine believed that the wolf poisoned him and he was traitors. I need to read that one. I haven't read that one. I've heard about it, but I haven't actually read the segment. What do you intend to look for him? Toothy grin is the only response you receive. You see fangs lengthening before your eyes. Is it Ulfar laughing at you or the feral moon suspended in the sky? The fog clouding your mind grows thicker. He will come. Let's do it. Ulfar lets out a belligerent howl, whipping up snowdrifts into frightened whirlwinds. You hear a terrible cracking sound. Someone's feet, no, paws, are breaking through the crust of snow on the ground. The beast now comes, and its cruel howl awakens the fallen warriors of Fenris. Fenris thirsts for vengeance. Got a plasma pistol. That guy's got a bolt pistol. That guy's got a power axe. Oh shit, we're fighting them? Plasma pistol. Eagle-eyed ghost wolf, eagle-eyed and iceblade ghost wolf. Okay, so we're fighting the spirits now. We'll put her here. There. So Pascal goes first. Official model punch first, ask question later. Yeah. Oh yeah, they did. The character creation is real nice. I like the soundtrack that they put here. Usually they kind of miss when it comes to the sound because, I don't know, they just fucking forget to add sound or something. It's weird. But in this case, they didn't. Let's do that. Then... boop. That increases their damage. And... put the next one here. Blast him. Okay, that's a cool ass sound effect. Okay. Buff. Buff. Let's do Ulfar. It's his turn to shine, you know? Pressing the wrong button. He always shines. Yeah, he do. Can you change how your character looks later in the game? Not that I know. I've respec'd a couple times and it's never given me the option to do that. Oh shit, he killed his own homie. Alright. Pop him. She can't. Okay. Alright, this should kill him. And hit him with this, and with this, and then just take this guy out, and that should activate the next wave. Give him an extra turn. Move him here. Do this. Okay, since he used that, she's not able to do her thing anymore. She can't give extra turns in this extra turn of hers. You can hear them like yelling over the watery effect. I just realized some hairstyles are just copy-pasted from Pathfinder. Oh, I mean, yeah, it makes sense, right? It makes sense that they'd just use the same hairstyles. I really like the character arc, though. The character art that they made for the portraits and stuff. Bro fucking said, "Woo!" Fucking howling and shit. That you fought lore-accurate Wolven as a boss. I really hope it's a Wolven. Because these are ghosts, like, right? This is just a hallucination that we're fighting. But the actual Wolven isn't here. Okay, so. That's 1. 2. 3. And then do that. Do this. Do this to increase crit. This. And I guess I gotta go into melee with it. Pop this to make sure he dies. Okay. One fight scene I remember reading is them releasing a few Wolfen on Word Bearers. The Word Bearers were like Abomination but no armor. Then literally were ripped apart by just the claws and bolter shells bounced off hide and barely hurt. Oh yeah, the Wolven are fucking insanely strong. But they're not like armored. I doubt that the bolters would bounce off of them. They would maybe fail to pierce because the bolt shells are armor piercing, right? They have depleted uranium tips, right? So it punches through stuff. But against flesh, that doesn't work as well. A solid projectile doesn't do that well against like actual flesh, even if it's really, really thick flesh, especially if it's really thick flesh. Bolt space are meant to hit lightly armored people in the tabletop. That is how they are represented. But in actual like canon, they are armor piercing. They basically pierce armor and then explode. And just the fact that they are like rocket propelled. There is also that nearly useless, not really nearly useless, but and Astartes can survive a barrage of bolt shots mostly, and the Wolfen, which is even tougher, certainly can survive it. But yeah, Wolven are really, really strong and really, really dangerous. My verses you will hear, glorious brothers, of how the paths of Ulfar called Thunderlung from the first, and the last wolf of the Baleful Hollow were intertwined. Over his brother's cold body standing, Ulfar the hard-armed proclaimed to the sky their glorious sagas, and his last homage paid to those warriors proud, as his witness taking, his companion of the line von Valancius. The blizzard was raging, the wind furiously howling, as under that terrible clawed paw the snow crunched, and in the dead light of a moon strange to human eyes, a beast, long fur bristling, of death reeking into the circle stepped. Special ammo for bolts is the heresy that Horus took to use. Yeah, Kraken shells, which are even more armor piercing and don't explode. That would be the ones that would be most effective against Astartes. There's a bunch of others. There's the I think they're called Infernus or Inferno rounds, which fucking explode and make everything fucking light on fire because it's basically just fucking Promethium in a shell. Fuck, what's the other one? What's the one that ricochets? There's a bunch, but yeah. But I do know that the way that the bolt shell is described as working, if it were to go up against like a really large monster that is just really thick, it would be not so effective. It would still, it would still blow them to chunks if you just emptied a clip into it. But I think that when it's and this is important because a lot of the books are written as stories, right? And they are written half propaganda, half saga. So when it says that the shells bounced off of the Wolfen, I don't think that they would bounce off of the Wolfen simply because that doesn't really make sense, because the Wolfen are usually not as heavily armored as regular Space Marines, because as you see here, they kind of explode out of their armor. It's much more likely that the shells hit them, but they were simply unaffected by being shot, or they tanked the shot and kept going. That's what I'm saying. Terror and awe, the beast's form roused his retinue to his aid. The rogue trader called the Allfather's call to summon to battle against the beast. You did not fear to meet me, perfidious spirit, who the name Doppelgrendel claims. I see you have not learned from the last battle. Though you paid for it with gouged eye, so spoke Ulfar Thunderlung, and the beast replied, of your spoils you boasted to the priests in vain, Ulfar Everlost. My body alone you wounded, but I your spirit maimed and your weird crippled. Then came the turn of the Edvater to speak. And turned the two wolves away from the empty shedding of blood. But it is not given to us to change fate's weaving. The children of Fenris hungered for mortal combat. Enough words had been spoken. The power of words spewed from the beast's mouth, grinning, the cry of the wild hunt, and the embittered souls hearkened. Out of snow and wind, wolf bodies were woven. For the warriors who died an unclean death, the unavenged, evil never forgetting, their ice fangs gnashing, they approached into the roiling sky howling. The first brother by Ulfar was vanquished. Against the second went von Valancius the brave. The ghostly wolf was struck down, with fearsome blow and outrage howling. Away into the storm he melted, till no trace was left. With dignity was met each brutal strike, and with savagery was slain each deadly foe. The pack is defeated, but the beast was not yet vanquished. Oh shit, that's badass. That is fucking badass, dude. Roaring his body he threw into the fray like a mighty spear thrust. Howling his claws cut through the adamantine. The warriors fought, a river of blood spilling. Ulfar Thunderlung his battle song singing. The black curse, his vicious rival echoing. The warriors were clashing when the cunning Eitvater stepped back to his ally granting breath to strike. Ulfar held no fear that his strike broadly sweeping his ally would catch in a glancing blow. He fought mercilessly, his heavy swings scribing scarlet runes upon the snow. To his knees the beast fell, and suddenly about his grey lips a smile played of guile and fear. Upon the Eight-Father fell the wolf's fiery gaze. By the power of icy Fenris I do curse you. If you look into the past, you shall see only deceit. If you look into the future, you shall see only treachery. The false friend's dagger shall open your breast. The arrows of deceit's rod shall pierce your back. So spoke the Eight-Father, the spirit born in sorrow cursing. And then the bloody wound he spied. His breast was cut, his heart was quiet. The Eight-Father's death had caught him unawares. Fight boldly on, my brave brother Ulfar. You will taste this victory alone. Court and test failed, but what the fuck? I have the thing that makes me always succeed. Having spoken thus upon the snow, the Eight-Father fell. My steps are dogged by doom. The worthy perishing and I surviving, roared Ulfar Thunderlung. Despairing, his brow darkened with blackest grief. In Ulfar's heart there was no trembling when his hand he thrust into the beast's maw, his scheming tongue firmly gripping. Ulfar began to wrench, heeding not the roar. The teeth snapped closed, the warrior's hand disfiguring, but the tormented fog relented, the Eight-Father releasing. Glory to brave hearts that fear not death. So the dark beast lay in the snow, his chosen name the Doppelgrendel, and over his body standing, Ulfar said, Before you die, answer me, evil spirit. Who killed my brothers, the baleful howl? In its death rasp, the Doppelgrendel answered, Brothers, we were doomed not by the arch-enemy's followers, nor by the despicable Inhumans who did not touch our armor, nor with dark sorcery did the Malefics defeat us. No, it was the humans who oaths of friendship swore, that plunged the blade into our backs, their treacherous plot in malice hatched, said the spirit, and then it fell silent forever, the noble wolf's body fleeing, and peace to it bestowing. The pair stood together over the prostrate body, the body not of a beast, but of a brave fallen's brother. The fearsome Ulfar declared an oath of vengeance, and the mighty wolves of Kjalhalla went charging. They went knowing that from their betrayers 3 times the blood price would be exacted, and the Eight-Father also his peace spoke. Who killed your brothers? From this day forth, who is our foe? The traitor's name for now remains unknown, but in the darkness I will find him and have my vengeance. So answered Thunderlung. Now the last of the pack remains, Ulfar the Avenger. Oh! For the cursed wolf there is no other path, but to be the hand that punishment metes out to his brother's slayers. The fires of their hearts by death are generously doused, but I, cooled forever, always endure. So Ulfar's mighty word was spoken. A proud funeral dirge was sung. His brother's weary body, cursed by grief, from his carapace was freed, and laid upon the pyre. The old spinners weave the weird thread cruelly, no inquiries or entreaties accepting. Ulfar Thunderlung cast his gaze, and clearly he beheld the end of his trail. Know, my brothers, that my heart will have no peace until I see you in Kjalhalla. I hear your laughter and your proud war cries. I will carry them into the darkness for the baleful howl. Many foes I will smite to glorify your deed. Many I will put to death to honor your memory. When to the ground I fall, mortally wounded, I will meet the lone wolf in Kjalhalla. Honor the lone wolf's stern pledge. Let us remember, brothers, the baleful howl, daring hunters, fierce fighters, and troublemakers without equal. Let us glorify their exploits and glorify their fall. With honor have these wolves gone to Kjalhalla. Let us remember the mighty brother Ulfar, who did not abandon his pack in the snowy wastes. Let us remember the trader of the von Valancius line, he whose name is known and honored on Fenris. Let us raise our cups and cry into the face of Hellwinter's gale. Father, we live still. Fenris Hjolda. That shit was badass. Love this test adventure making a saga. I mean, this isn't in the script as you failed that skill check. Have you heard about what happened at Smelter's Heap? Smelter's Heap? No. What happened at Smelter's Heap? Yeah, it doesn't take damage. Ooh, when the wearer suffers damage from the second ability. Okay, this looks fucking... See, this looks like a wolf guard. Holy shit. Yeah, we'll go like this. No, he's a Cavalite. Cavalites use swords, not daggers. Ah, man, this sword looks sick, like an Archaeotech Melta pistol. Yeah, don't hide his beard. Yeah, the Inceptor is the Primaris Space Wolf's turn. Wolven. Oh yeah, no, I knew about that one. I just didn't know it was in a place called Smelter's Heap, but I did know about that. Yeah. For some reason, this didn't work. It's meant to make me automatically pass coercion tests. Weird. Pardon me. Fuck is this? Gladiator's healing kit. First confirm Primaris Wolven and proof that the Primaris can't stop the curse. Yep. Yep, because of the Canis Helix. It just fucks them up. Also, I went to check, and yeah, it's the Canis Helix that causes them to turn Wolven because they receive the Canis Helix first, and at that moment they can turn into Wolven, and then they have to make their way back to the Fang, and only after they reach the Fang do they receive the rest of the gene seed, which helps control it, or at least slow down the progress of the Wolven curse.
Et Vater, witness to my oath, I greet you with honor.
Becomes starker, sharper. The merry glint in his eyes has lost sincerity. He's grimmer now. His scald's voice has gained a funereal hoarseness. I wish to express once again my sorrow for your fallen brothers.
At night, when I sink into meditation, I hear them howling. They are hunting in Valhalla, and my heart yearns to
See, genes without the Canis, the gene seed kills you, but without the seed, the Canis turns you into a wolf. Yep.
We will meet again.
Because of Lehman Russ's gene seed being changed in Fenris. I still think it was changed in Fenris. I don't think that was like always there. What will you do now, last of your pack?
Fight, et Vater. I will seek honorable combat and vanquish the All-Father's enemies until the day there is none worthy of defeating me. The name of the baleful howl will sail like a Darkar along the rivers of unholy blood that I will spill. Blackmane is no longer my patron. From this day, I tread the paths of Lokyar, the lone wolf.
Do you still believe in the power of the curse upon you?
It is strong, but I am not weak. Before, I survived because my duty to my brothers compelled me to shrug off any wound, to rejoin the fight, to defend, to protect. Now, that duty is gone. And nothing is holding me here.
How did you come to terms with your solitary fate?
Everything became clear to me.
Time for
when
me
I
to
stood
log
where
into
my
the game.
brother
See you later, my
hid
dude.
his body,
Alright, see ya.
And you
Have a good one.
called me the last of the pack. That was when I realized what the road was calling to me. Like a spirit of weird itself, you showed me my path, Edvator, while my eyes were still closed to it.
I saw strange things during the battle. Was it a mirage or warp influence?
Dreams brought on by Mjord mixed with reality and the spells of the Doppelgrindel. How can I say what was true and what was a mirage? Were we fighting against the spirit or against my deranged brother? Did the ghosts of the fallen rise up beside us to weigh our valor on the scales of honor? Or did the drug make us do battle with the wind? It is all true, Edvator, or perhaps none of it was. The people of Fenris have long known how thin the line between what is real and what is legend. And we were in a legend.
Fun fact, the way Space Wolf packs / squads are made is fun. That's because that's why Blood Claws are 50+ people and Wolfguard and more veterans are less number. They are usually the same guys that pass trials with. Yep, they slowly lose pack brothers. Yep, this guy was, from his speaking, he was the oldest of the squad, probably, or at least the highest ranking. So he's a Wolfguard. It's likely that the others were only Grey Hunters. So he was the Wolf Guard in charge of keeping them safe. RIP! And now he's a lone wolf because he's out of a pack. But he could have been accepted into the others, the Storm Riders, but he chose to not. Wish you good hunting, Avenger.
Should you hear a howl of triumph in the night, know that I am on the path of retribution.
Answer a few questions about yourself? No, he's got nothing to say.
Fen
He got nothing to say to me. Alright. Got some more planets to explore before heading to Epitaph. Wolfguard of the Yellow Shoulders, as of the Grey Hunters. Yeah, the difference between a Wolfguard and a Grey Hunter is just the fact that the Wolfguard have slain a Fenrisian wolf with their bare hands and made the wolf's pelt into a cloak. That's it, that's the difference. They usually wear like actual wolf motifs on them and all sorts of other stuff. He's also got Terminator honors and other shit that you know, we don't know. He doesn't refer to his brothers as Wolfguard as well. He just refers to them as Space Marines. So
you and the Imperium, Lord Captain.
it's difficult to know for sure whether or not what the rank of his brothers were. Then again, doesn't really matter. What matters is that he is a Wolfguard and he is a powerful warrior. And he's out of he no longer has homies. I guess we just got to do this.
set the course.
Hit him with the Triumph and Fury. Hit him with the Plasma Macro Cannons. Why does this deal so little damage to them?
Fire the lance batteries.
Oh my god, because he left the squad. Because he left the squad for a little bit, he's no longer there, so I can't use this as an attack anymore. Can these things only shoot forward? That's not good design. They can only shoot in a forward arc. Blow him the fuck away, B. Bop. Then we hit this.
This one's going down.
But yeah, I do like the way that the space holes work. They're fun.
Fire the last batteries.
They are cool and based. Marks is Wolfguard, which is black and yellow. Grey Hunters are black and red. Fair. So I guess they were all Wolfguard. Makes sense if an Inquisitor calls, you send veterans. Yep. The thing is, like, I don't think I've ever seen a in media and stuff. I don't think I've ever seen that be respected.
This one's going down.
Like, for example, how many times do you in media, not in like paintings and stuff, in like movies and games and stuff, how many times do you see Ultramarines with different colored pauldrons? It's like it's always gold. So it's like, I don't know. It might just be a matter of alright, it's dead. It might just be a matter of those being the more recognizable colors. Ooh, what's this? Huh? Some Archaeotech plasma batteries. Only missing gold missiles. Holy crap, Lois, look at that! I don't always use the RAM, in fact it's kind of rare, but sometimes it's useful. A puzzled augur operator reports that an expeditionary shuttle belonging to the von Valancius dynasty was detected on the planet's surface. Furthermore, according to its markings, it is assigned to your vessel. The operator also states that the entrance to a system of tunnels was spotted next to the shuttle. Request a full report on the shuttle. In the registry of the Expeditionary Shuttle number 712 has been designated as irretrievably lost for many years. Information about the circumstance of its disappearance is suspiciously sparse, as if someone deliberately erased it. From the crumbs of information that remained, you gather that it was sent to explore some object on an unknown world in the order of Lord Captain Theodora and never returned. Explore the tunnels. After disembarking, you notice that the shuttle is buried halfway in sand, and the von Valancius coat of arms is practically erased from its side. The shuttle has clearly been here for a very long time. Next to the shuttle, you find crates of archaeological equipment. God damn. And the most powerful fucking yawn just wash over me. On which one you can just barely wait. On which one can just barely make out the emblem of the Explorators. Most of these crates are lying next to massive black doors of Xenos origin, the entrance to the tunnels. Ants can't yawn lies. I am a space ant. You gotta keep that in mind. It's different. Different biologies. The descent into the depths takes several hours. You make your way through cramped corridors, giving way to huge black halls, where a dim emerald glow from no discernible source brings forth the silhouettes of equipment abandoned by the tech priests. The suffocating, oppressive silence that accompanies you during the descent is broken only by the echo of your footsteps, deafening and yet so insignificant against the background of the Cyclopean arches. Yep, this is the stance. By that I mean the party.
None shall stand in my way. It's about time.
I am registering structural damage to numerous graves and the expiry of the expedition team. Initiating investigation to determine if the cause was gross incompetence or extraordinary circumstances.
I'm looking at fucking a bunch of Necrons surrounding them. I'm saying,
You are a heartless cog, aren't you? Why is your first reaction always to accuse everyone of incompetence? Touchy subject, is it?
Creature is completely motionless, like a black statue. The dark metal of its body shows no discernible damage. Yeah, because they're all alive still. The bodies of Skitarii, whose flesh and armor have disintegrated in various places, judging by their wounds, they were shot during a hasty retreat. This may have been the Dominus. Shit. Whoa boy, he woke up! The invasion has come to pass as foreseen. The impudent perpetrator must be destroyed. Rise, you who have known slumber, and exact your punishment. Ever play any tabletop RPG with Space Marines? No. It is something that I may one day run a campaign of, though. Because it's something that I've wanted to for a while. Because the tabletop wargame has never, like, felt lore appropriate to me, right? And so I kinda have been wanting to, you know, run a campaign of just I guess a Rogue Trader campaign like this, right? Where you have mercenaries, you have psychers, tech marines, tech priests, space marines, all working together, right? And I think that would be nice. Like maybe as a part of an Inquisitor's entourage or something. Who knows? It won't be anytime soon though. I got other stuff in the docket right now. Well, if you're just gonna be standing here out in the open, don't mind if I just motherfucking whoop. And in case you thought you were gonna get away. Played a Space Wolf Sorcerer in Black Crusade. So I was a traitor in the second session, the first one with combat. I periled and rolled twice for it, and rolled both the number 100, which is instant death with huge explosion, possible summon a demon. Force Bolt, the basic spell. That's hilarious.
The Triarch is eternal.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Let's buff Irliet, give her a absolute shitfuck of damage. And before you ask, yes, a shitfuck is an accurate unit of measurement.
It is done.
It lies just above a smidge and just under a fuck ton. Sounds like a Plague Marine unit. Go ahead and pop him. He should die. No, he won't die. Gonna have to shoot him. Gonna have to shoot him. Damn, you can't shoot for shit. Okay, pop that one in the back. Wait, did that kill him instantly? Oh! I didn't even know that was a thing that I could do.
I understand your intent.
Idiot. Really? Casual dodges laser beam, lore accurate marine lol. I mean, yeah. Twice. Okay, well, big man, I'm sorry to say, but you made a mistake. You're in melee with me.
Not a problem for me.
GG, rip.
Nothing I can't do.
I'll just do it like this. This is Sparta kick. Man, I wish you could kick people into holes in this game, but you can't. It's a damn shame. It's a goddamn shame.
Nothing I can't do.
How do you figure that's what I told you to do? What?
I can do that with the right incentive.
It's not what I meant to do. Oh well. Buff number 1. Buff number 2. Playing mechanics is to make a melee guy who is all about just running around taking cogs to fuel more movement and light attacks. Yeah, that is from what I've gathered, that's like
All too easy.
one of the most. Oh, nice shot. That's one of the more efficient ways of doing things.
Forge ahead.
You need to have like one guy who's just really fast and efficient, just going around getting all those points.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Let's see how they respond to this. You didn't stand a chance.
Yay, level up. Fuck, more Necrons. That's a death mark. Fuck, how many of you are there? And we're not able to level up, are we? Nope.
Swift and
All right.
silent.
Let's see if we can take out one of the death marks.
You will not undo me.
Yeah, I will. Literally just watch. Pussy.
Born predator does not become prey.
Okay, so throw him over here. Then take that one down. And
So it
let's do
shall
this.
be. His ruin. Wolves reign.
And
Give this task to someone lesser.
why can't I shoot this again?
Dishonor the wolf with such tasks.
I should have used this like right away. I messed up. Do this just for the extra versatility point.
Nothing I can't do. Suits my purpose. Think me with your biggest mistake. I'll bring glory
Okay.
to my bloodline.
Then we go here and kill these guys. I said kill these guys.
Stand a chance.
Yeah, you don't get to escape just because you didn't die. Just because you didn't die, you thought you got to live? Nah, B. That just means I swing again. Who would you rather try to escape from in a cat and mouse situation? If you can escape, you get to live. Space Wolf, Night Lord, or Drukari? Nobody ever escapes from any of those, that's the thing. So I guess I'd just go Space Wolf, because then when the Space Wolf catches me, I kind of just die instead of, you know, continuing to live for the foreseeable future while being tortured. And, like, just being put through the worst possible fucking shit ever. It's like, it's not that complex of a fucking question, really.
You're no fun.
It's one of those where it's like, hey, would you rather die instantly or suffer for years? Like, literally be tortured to death over the course of years, or instantaneous death. Which sounds better, chat? Let's have a poll for this one. It's like you're not getting away from any of those. A lot of people kind of forget that Drukari are like also super fucking human. They're not like
Living on the edge.
They're not regular people, you know?
I can do
They
that
fuck
with the
around and
right
shit.
incentive.
Best dragon in space will the one who would torture you but is slower as night. It Lords and Drukhari would be just fast as fuck and then immortal pain as a couch. Yeah. It's like... And all of them are really good at tracking, way better than the average human is at escaping.
Suits my purpose.
So it's
Passing
like,
me was your
yeah,
biggest
no,
mistake.
no, I don't want to be involved in any of this situation, really.
Not my specialty.
Like, no part of this situation ends with me pleasantly chilling on a chair somewhere. You know, it's like, it's just not gonna happen.
Wanna see a trick?
Absolutely not.
All small chance to escape. The best escape is Night Lord just because he might be bored. Yeah, not really, because if a Night Lord is hunting you, there's usually a fucking reason. Like, you pissed him off somehow. Which means you ain't going nowhere. Like, you're just fucked. I think I'll get the... First or second. I think we'll go with Arms Master. Still the worst striker of the three and the best chance to escape. Still most likely a painful death. Still not a mortal scout. Yeah. But it's like, and it's like I said, they're the worst trackers of the three, but that doesn't mean they're bad trackers, right? It's like, I don't think there's anybody who, like, escaped a Night Lord without killing the Night Lord, and I ain't killing a fucking Space Marine. Like, it's just, it's not happening, I'm sorry. It's like, I get that you really believe in me as a person, and I appreciate that, but it's not happening. Cat mouse usually means there are more mice than the one cat. Well, not really. Not I don't think there's like an implication of that necessarily. Should have clarified every kind of mouse game mode. I think of as like 3 to 1. So like something like Dead by Daylight, basically, where a bunch of people are escaping from one big guy who's gonna kill them all. Yeah, honestly, I genuinely don't know. I generally do not know that I'd be able to escape from a fucking Space Wolf that wants to kill me, or a Night Lord that's having a good time, or a Drukhari that's having a good time. Because here's the thing: if a Drukhari is chasing down 3 people, it's because he knows he's gonna get them. Like, he knows. He did the math. He did all the things to make sure that those people cannot get away. As no matter how much they might think they can get away, they can't get away. So it's like, I don't know. I don't think there's any, like, there's no escape from that situation. The fuck is this? A death sphere. That doesn't sound good. This looks sick. You do have that drip. Yeah. Let me see if there's a better set of gloves for me. Yeah, I don't think there is a good set of gloves for me. We'll have to keep an eye out for a set of gloves. It's a little bit better than this. Okay. You are the only one in the party with no, you're not, actually. It's first archetype. Oh, wait. She is the only technical no, I don't know how that works, and that sounds like the sort of thing that would be bugged and not like working. All her shit is based off of fellowship. I could go here, but nah. Dueling, it will not die. No. I guess let's what's a good one for her? I guess we'll go with one of these. And I guess the best one would be Xenos. Improve her lore Xenos a little bit. I don't Frost Fury or Relic Storm both of these. What was that? If there's any single weapon in 40k and we're allowed to use it, what would you use? Stormbolt? I think I think there's some Archaeotech guns that are really nice, but the one that I would want would be a digital weapon. Like, just have a fucking gun in a ring. It's like, oh no, no, don't rob me, sir. Well, oh no, my ring. Bang, I win. Oh no, no, don't take my ring away from me. Boop. Just fucking pointed at him and just boop. Like, oh no, what happened? Somebody shot him. It totally wasn't me. No. Me call an ambulance, but not for me. Yeah, pretty much. Like, oh no, I'm being robbed, bang. There's nothing really that I want for her. Could give her Drukari equipment. That feels like really like antithetical to her character. There. Never net effect applied by the sucker increases the damage suffered by a target. This effect is increased by half. Well, he's more of a supportive guy than that. That's a good one. Any armor slash exosuit. I mean, look, power armor, obviously. Get some motherfucking artificer power armor. That'd be like actually badass. But the problem with that is like, if we're talking in our like world, we would probably not really have much opportunity to make use of that sort of thing. So I guess maybe like one of their like mental implants that give you all sorts of improved cognitive capacity. Check this completely, make sure there's nothing missing, and then let's see what these guys had.
Claim to the stars.
What is this? Run. You will find no grace of the machine god in these faithless halls, only an unholy hatred that is more ancient than the fading stars of these distant systems. They are asleep, the legions, the innumerable hosts, but their sleep is at its end, for no one's fault but mine. I have disturbed the slumber of an ancient mind driven only by a thirst for extermination. Even death cannot snuff out the cold green flame of its lifeless eyes. I hear the lockstep march of our doom, as silence echoes it, the silence of our assassins, for death has no need of words. Mercy is unknown to the Nephilimex, his wayward and unholy firstborn. We have blown up the bridges and barricaded the entrance in an effort to contain them, but their marching is ever louder, ever closer, ever more inescapable. As I listen to its resonant echo, I offer my last prayer to the Omnissiah, trusting in his mercy, for my transgression is great indeed. In my pride, I neglected the universal laws and attempted to harness the language of the ancient machine spirits that had once served the owners of these vaults, and I succeeded. As an infant comprehends the essence of words through images, so did I comprehend the meaning of certain symbols of his firstborn, and out of those I composed 2 or 3 forbidden litanies. My false orders sounded just like the voices of those who commanded the essence of this eternal fortress. I stole their knowledge. More than once in my complacency I uttered the dead words with my lips of flesh, tarnishing them with the breath of life. I did so to open the sealed halls and bridge the chasms so that our scouts could cross them, and by that unforgivable blasphemy I condemned us all to death. To atone for what I have done, I have composed a crypto-lullaby out of the dead words, akin to the one that plunged the Nephilimex into mindless oblivion at the dawn of time. More stolen words. The Xenos altar of machine worship has begun to sing it to the spirits of the machines in the fortress, but I know that before it concludes the awakened wrath will have reached us. As I prepare for our last stand, I leave this confession as a warning to any who may dare walk in our footsteps. This is my final testament. Run. Sounds like pussy talk. Damn, one Necron soldier took these guys out by himself. You're looking at part of a system of pylons used by small Xenos repair machines to move around the crypt. Judging by the debris, the passage was blocked on purpose. Makes sense. These Mechanicus pussies couldn't compete with Necrons. I was thinking the Votan Exo Armor, or Tau Hazard Suit, or Jetpack Power Armor. Yeah, it's like, that's cool, but it, well, first of all, it doesn't have an infinite amount of energy, right? It needs fuel, which we don't have. So eventually it runs out. So it's like, you know, not great. It's real cool for like the first few days that you're wearing it, and then it runs out and you have to, oh no, right? But after that, it's like you're just wearing a metal brick around your body, which ain't amazing. You visited all the systems in the Coronis Expanse. Yay! 3 dead stars and a tomb world. And this is a dying star. That tomb world is just dragging dead stars behind it, it seems. It seems that all color has died from this world. Gray masses of rock give way only to brownish sand in the black voids of gorges. Those are 3 different colors. The team barely notices a strange detail amid the drab landscape, an extensive area where the land is too smooth. As they approach, this area turns out to be a lake of moving metal, in the center of which burn green arc discharges. On its shores lie the ruins of pyramidal constructs. Through magnoculars, it is determined that the remains of the pyramids are slowly melting, creating flows that dump new metal into the lake. The smoothness of the lake is lightly rippled by currents trying to extinguish the flames in the center. Send an exploratory shuttle to the surface. Specially equipped servitors are the first to disembark on the shores of the metallic lake. To the explorers' surprise, they return unharmed with samples of the anomalous substance. The squad sets out to study the lake and the Xenos' constructions. Acolytes of the Adeptus Mechanicus determine that the metal contains the same substance from which the pyramids are made. The behavior of the metal particles indicates that the constructs made from the metal are capable of regeneration, just like living matter, albeit incomparably faster. However, the pyramids filling the lake by transmitting the metal through built-in portals cannot surmount the destructive force of the arc discharges in the lake's center. Find out what happened. One of the pyramids lining the lake's shores is more damaged than the rest. Judging by its melted hedges and the direction of the breaks, this damage is the thing that started the fires at the lake's center. Analyze the movement. Hollow field emitter, what's this? We have one of these already. Endless flows of metal pour from the portals of every monolith. However, one of the flows is noticeably weaker than the rest. Looking closer, officers notice a small object blocking part of the portal. With the help of the servitors, they are successful in removing it and bringing it to the Von Valancius shuttle. Try to extinguish the flames. The vessel's cannoneers find the idea of smothering the green flame with the ship's waste rather dubious, but do not dare question the will of the Lord Captain. The dropped cargo dissolves to no effect, barely touching the discharges. Attack the pyramids. Xenostructures do not give under the first salvos, and from the portals, flows of metal begin to fill the damaged parts. The lake slowly shrinks, but the rogue trader's team quickly understands that it will take several days of bombardment to fully destroy this place. Something wistful about this site, an unhealing wound on the body of some mysterious technology. Let me see something. First of all, throw this out. You can use this. Hmm. Okay, let's investigate this. What was the talent that I got? It was Arms Master, right? Yeah. Melee attacks makes all the Archmilitant's ranged attacks this turn cost less, and vice versa. It does not stack. Okay. Judging by the orbital trajectories, this is the parent star of the system. If the Luminor reader is right, back in the day it used to be huge and angry with a bite to it, not this half-dead firefly. What happened to it? I can't imagine what could have drained a deadly beast like that. Luminor reader swears that the rays of this star would have continued withering all life in the system for millions of years more. It was too young to have faded like this. It's like it was gnawed out. It was attacked, suddenly and fiercely. A hungry predator bit into its magnetic field and drank as much of its energy as it could. The predator was starving and would have surely devoured the star whole had it had more time. Almost, where did you get this information from? I do not know, but I can read the traces of what was committed here as if I have seen it happen 100 times. We're done here. A shuttle of Imperial make is detected among the rocky gorges of the planet, alongside two nearby Xeno objects, monolithic structures embedded into the landscape. When scanned, the objects distort the signal, but no signs of enemy activity. No fucking shit. Why do I keep yawning? I'm not sleepy. I'm not hungry. Why the fuck do I keep yawning? It's the reading. The reading makes me yawn. I don't even know why the reading makes me yawn. It doesn't make me tired or sleepy or anything. It just makes me yawn. Fucking weird body working weird. When scanned, the objects distort the signal, but no signs of enemy activity nor signals from the shuttle are found. Send out servitors. Servitors' signals disappear as soon as they approach the cliffs between which the shuttle was found. Not one of them returns, and no data is received. Disembark and examine. Antikill von Valancius wishes to personally explore the enigmatic monoliths. The von Valancius shuttle overcomes the turbulent zone with an alarming rumble, after which the connection to the void ship becomes tenuous. Despite a rough landing on rocky terrain, the flight ends successfully. Alright, let's try out this sword and pistol again. I do still have the big sword, you know, in case shit starts going bad.
You are more akin to a wild beast than a member of your species.
Be silent. If you continue your vile and insolent speech, you may truly set eyes on a beast.
We shall prevail. Death will find you soon enough!
Request denied. Activate calculated fusion. The dynasty will rise again. Time for our return.
Go ahead and pop that guy. I'm not able to equip grenades right now, am I? No.
I'll deal death with my hands.
Okay.
Nothing I can't do. I am fear incarnate. You don't stand a chance. Not a problem for me.
Significant.
Suits my purpose. Watch and learn.
Yeah, the damage doesn't seem to have gone down, like, pretty much at all. Except now I have a ranged weapon as well.
Nothing of value has been lost.
Go again.
All too easy.
What are you doing?
Already done.
Huh.
Suits my purposes. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Well, regardless, sword and pistol, really, really effective.
I know what I'm doing, usually.
Usually. Okay. Kick. You know, like the platform with all the controversial streamers.
I don't have time for this. Nothing I can't do.
Yeah, just then turn next to him. But for sure try an attack. Just...
Cubs!
Don't need to worry about using this, because now that's pretty much always active.
See how the wolf succeeds.
Dude, stop.
Wolves reign. So it shall be. Cubs play.
Should cost 0 to do that.
My instincts tell me to refuse. I
Whatever.
don't like that.
Whatever. Let's throw down some buffs.
Let's see to it.
Miss. Y'all can't hit for shit. Y'all just suck at this game, dude. Yeah. Miss. Miss. Let's replace this, which increases its effectiveness. And then just skip turn. Skip turn again.
Tell me, and it is done.
Okay, so first things first, do
Not a
this,
problem for me.
and this.
Nowhere to hide. Nothing of value has been lost. All too easy.
Do that, finish that guy off, don't miss please. Good girl. That's why you're the best. Yep. rich as fucks, dude. Gloom rifle. Fucking what? Yeah, give that to this guy, because he's constantly critting. Throw this away. Fuck, who do I want to give this to? I'd want to give it to her, but... God damn. So much damage and penetration, holy shit. Drawing upon your patchy knowledge of the Xenos, you guessed that these monoliths were once part of a mighty transport ship. Capable of transforming into ground-based structures.
Victory awaits.
Interesting. The rocket body has been smashed to the ground with such force that there are cracks radiating out from under it. You can still recognize the Von Valancia's coat of arms in the shuttle. Parts of the hull and equipment look as if something vaporized the ship's components one layer after another. Yep, that's Gauss weapons for you. Shit is fucky-wucky. They shall weep. Each shot with this bolter deals an additional rending damage with 40% armor penetration to all characters adjacent to the target. Ooh. Heavy void suit. Wearer suffers minus 30% less damage from area and burst attacks. All wearer's attacks gain percent crit chance. The wearer gains crit damage. All attacks against the wearer gain. Rush. Which one's Reckless Rush?
I'm always ready.
Is this one right? No, this is Reckless Strike. What's Reckless Rush? This. Yeah, I'll take that. I will take this. And you can have this one. Like, that much of a damage increase is wildly insane.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Let's return to the Void Ship and let's level up people, including Argenta, because we just picked up a good gun for her. I'm mad. I'm upset. Deal 5 times ballistic skill bonus. That's quite a bit. It's 40 damage even without anything else. Oh, big. Big. Large even. Ignoring deflection is pretty good when you're using that type of weapon. Extra crit hit chance. What does she have that's high? Demolition, Imperium, I guess athletics. She has enough strength for heavy armor too. Good. Since she already didn't get any fucking power armor. I'm so upset. I think it's such like bad game design. It's just bad mission writing. I mean, not game design necessarily. Like I think it's bad writing. For a game, by the way, for a game, it's bad writing for a game. It might not be bad writing if you're doing like a literary narrative, but for a game, that is awful. Because there's an expectation of a reward, right? And if you're not going to give the armor as a reward, you give something else. If she takes up the name of, like, for example, with Wolfar, he got the armor and the helmet because I chose to make him a lone wolf. Or when I chose to make him a lone wolf. Maybe he gets something else if I choose to, make him go back to the other squads. Or whatever. Like, there needs to be a reward for both sides. You can't just make something that isn't mission failure feel like mission failure. And that's what Argenta's storyline feels like if you make her be more, if you teach her humility. And that is really, really shitty. Because all of a sudden, you're punishing, and especially considering the fact that there was literally no heads up. There was like no indication that her being humble would damage her in the long run. And if you give no warning, then it's like, then you're just punishing the player for something that they can no longer fix. And at that point, you're just being a shitty game master. Not as affected by the officer's ability to get a bonus 12 seconds. Sure. Doesn't really matter what I give it, dear, and I don't really use her. And at this point, she's strong enough that nothing really can mess her up. She's a powerful support character. That's about all she needs to be. Operative hits an enemy that is affected with an explained SMP. This is the one that, yeah. All damage dealt by the character is increased by 3. Athletics, sure. What I need to get right now for the main guy is the faster reload, which I think is an an arch-militant thing. Those things. I've never seen anything like them before, but the panel of the ship's tech priest luminary readers says they are star corpses, not just corpses. They call them stellocyte victims. What do the luminary readers mean? Who knows with those star sages? Apparently when a star dies a natural death, it's different. These look like they were murdered and plundered. All their energy was siphoned, like when a spider sucks the innards out of a fly. Witnessing these husks, if you don't mind me saying, scared the luminary readers so much that they wet their metal trousers. Don't you think that we're observing far too many stars here? I agree, Lord Captain. Stellar trajectories all suggest that most of these stars didn't used to be here. Someone was hoarding them in the system. I wouldn't like to have been here at that time. Gravitational currents would have been pure chaos. Who could have pulled off something like that? Was it Drukhari? Dragging stars around like they are their property is quite in character for those damned Xenos. As curious as all this may be, we still have a job to do. Alright, into this fight. Lord Captain, Xenos Squadron is on an intercept course. Same abominations as before. What got them so riled up? I think they're guards. The ships took off from the surface of the planetoid as soon as we bathed it with the eye of our augurs. I'm not an expert on Xenos minds, but I know my void maneuvers. And I can tell you this, they are angry. They're approaching on a direct, unambiguously aggressive trajectory. All decks, prepare for battle. Orders received, Lord Captain. Glory to House von Valancius. Time to fuck up some more Xenos ships. I'm gonna blow them up.
Order to the crew, deliver me victory.
Gee, I fucking wonder what else they would be doing if you didn't give them that order.
Onward.
It's like, imagine you don't give the order to deliver victory and they fucking deliver you defeat. And then you yell at them and they're like, oh man, how were we supposed to know? I could never survive in like 40k, like I would be dead. They fuck my shit up so quick.
Lead them. The time has come.
Okay, so this only works on them after. Right, we should reload this. What's this? Oh, need to remember to use that. All right. Exo-armored battlesuit and fusion engines. Oh. Maybe. Well, how about repairs? Can't really repair them. Or regain ammunition. Or anything else. Like that's kind of the deal, right? That I was trying to get to. With that you can't really like replenish the ammunition or the stuff in that sort of thing. You need something that's not going to just run out after one use. Although, I will say this. A digital weapon, you could sell that shit for an ungodly amount of money. So yeah, digital weapon stays being the correct answer in my opinion.
Onward!
Yep, get right up behind him. Pop him. Pop him like Popeye.
Annihilate them! Unleash our vengeful salvo! Another salvo!
Good job, Mr. Sword Class Frigate, that I'm still not sure where you came from. Kind of just showed up one day and started following me around. Good job. I'm proud of you.
Fire right now!
Oh, they're both dead. So who really cares, you know? Pooh! Didn't stand a chance. I am getting a lot of cargo from these guys, though. Very expensive cargo, which does make me think that we're going to get to go back to the Von Valentius space. Lord Captain, we've spotted a planetoid with an unidentified xenostructure. Something tells me this is the place we've been looking for. Augur clerics detect a field of void mines on our trajectory toward the planetoid. What do we see on the planetoid? Practically nothing. The Augur clerics say that magnetic radiation blinds the machine spirits. We see some kind of wicked pyramid, and we're picking up a few encrypted Vox transmissions. Tell me about these mines. Good mines, I know from experience. Encased in ceramite under a coat of camellia line. Their cognitive tornadoes are inhabited by the most malicious and cunning machine spirits you've ever seen. Far too good for pirates, and given that they've been planted for 7 cubic kilometers, I reason these are gifts from the Lord Inquisitor's own stores. Transmit the deactivation code we found in the outpost of the Lord Inquisitor's men. Beginning transmission. Receiving a return signal. 5% of mines reported transition to sleep mode. Receiving coordinates of an area designated as main landing site. We have a safe channel of approach toward Epitaph and coordinates for landing. Any traces of Calcazar? Plenty. We're picking up the remaining Vox echoes of conversations. Standard signals belonging to Augur project observation systems. The gas thermal trails of shuttles preparing to land. You know, Lord Captain, it seems to me that this place is about to fall apart. Augurs detect a multitude of signs pointing to structural damage in the tomb located on the planetoid. They are very fresh. Commence preparation of the landing party. I will lead it personally. Oh, you're certain, Lord Captain. I beg your pardon for such audacity, but this old Void Wolf's gut tells him that this tomb is very likely to become ours. I have this bad feeling as if... Forgive me, your lordship. I've completely lost my senses giving out advice like that. The advice has merit, but I'm ready to face whatever lies in wait. We make the landing. Be careful, your lordship. We'll wait as long as it takes for your retrieval signal, even if every Xenoph fleet in the world appears to swat us from orbit. I mean, I've upgraded the ship enough that even all of that... Every person on the bridge freezes in astonishment, watching the remarkable procession approach your throne. Officers and enforcers are glancing at you questioningly, but do not interfere until they are ordered to. Fuck. That's the Void Dragon. Or at least a piece. We have come to speak with you, Anti-Kill. You gave us food for consideration by revealing the mystery of our origin. From then to now we observed, calculated, censored, and we discovered that a great change is coming. A trial. We see a threat to that which the Imperium brings, the intricate plexus of tenets, the determined advance of myriads through darkness by the will of the Golden Light. All the things that were strange to us, yet in whose embrace we were born and raised, all of it is in danger, at least within the bounds of the Kronos expanse. But you are not someone who can stop it. You have no light and no resolve. For this reason we have decided that we should not help you any longer. Wait, what is this coming threat? Nomos cannot say. Something changed after you helped us remember our birth on Epitaph. We now sense the liberation of something vast, which is actually a mere fraction of something limitless. It is seeping through a breach, its shoulders pushing against the walls of its prison that are about to give. But what it is, we do not know. It's not yet time for us to part ways. Nomos have decided. We are leaving. We are glad to have received what we have from you, but we cannot and do not want to stay any longer. Huh. Interesting. I'm guessing Nomos is part of the secret ending, and it turning out to be the Void Dragon is, or at least a piece of the Void Dragon, is kind of wild. Your Lordship, the shuttle is ready for landing. We have the exact coordinates for a secure landing site. Will you authorize the start of the expedition? Still need to say my goodbyes. Auntie, we have traveled a long road together. Let us finish it together as well. I'm honored to have you among my companions, Lady Cassia. I'm honored to be your companion, Von Valencius. It's probably not the future you dreamt of, but if all this ends in victory for us, what do you intend to do next? I have been running for too long, hiding behind others, while my home, my family, were being torn apart by hatred and strife. And what could a young, inexperienced girl do to those who were so desperate to either destroy me or bend me to their will? The throne of the Novator of House Orsalio will no longer sit empty. But my only regret is that I shall have to leave your ship and the darkness between the stars that I have come to love so much. I hope you'll visit me. Steel yourself, the hour of battle is at hand. My heart is fluttering, but not because of fear or doubt. I'm ready to face what is coming. At last, the final battle approaches. My heart awaits it. God damn, we are inside of each other. May we all fulfill our duty today, together to Leon's sister. In his name and for Terra's light. In his name and for Terra's light. Have you had time to think about the future? What will you do should you prevail in this pivotal battle? A sister Repentia has no future. If I am denied my death in the coming fight, I will set out in search of new battles. Again and again will I charge into fire, eradicating enemies of humanity until my heart stops beating. Our journey together approaches its end. One last push, and the secrets of the Expanse and Calcazar will be laid to rest. I can't wait. I'm tired of the shroud of secrecy that has hidden the truth even from me. You'll meet your mentor again down there, and I have questions for him. I want to know why I was left in the dark about everything that was happening in the shadows of the Expanse. Why all the acolytes died on the way here. Well, almost all of the Lord Inquisitor's acolytes. Why? I want to hear what he has to say, and then make my judgment. What will you do when all this is over? I feel uneasy even thinking about it, but if Lord Inquisitor Calcazar falls today, someone has to take the rosette of the Ordo Xenos, at the very least until the Inquisition Enclave determines who will be a worthy successor to Xavier. Epitaph awaits. Steal your heart. Lead on, rogue trader. The tactical equipment audit is 97% complete. No critical failures detected. The Omnissiah shows favor. Don't seem too worried about the coming landing. A mission of reconnaissance is a blessed and desirable one for an explorator. The data soul of the one who explores, analyzes, and charts overflows with joy of servitude. I would be honored to disembark with you. Took good care of my ship and equipment. Dynasty will not forget it. Where the iron flowers of the Omnissiah bloom, there must also be his passionate gardeners. Thank you for honoring this unit by letting it serve the formidable spirit of the von Valancius dynasty's flagship and your lordship. When the campaign comes to an end, will you stay on duty or return to your fellow tech priests? That's not what I meant to ask you. It has been a joy to serve such a distinguished person, but duty calls the Amanat Collective to a different mission. The message of change must be proclaimed. The believers must be separated from the doubters. Pascal, no. Amanat looks at you curiously. The experience of our comradeship has taught this unit much. The trials and battles we have gone through have produced trust, sincerity, mutual understanding. Amanat will lead his flock through the flames and forge the sect into a religion. I think that part of the secret ending would be that we still have the thing that kills all machine life. The, whatever the fuck it was called. So I think, I have some ideas as to what would be required for the secret ending. I'll have to look into it, though. Well, Lord Captain, my service to you began under the most remarkable circumstances. I should hardly be surprised that you have delivered us into circumstances more unexpected and surprising than ever before. Of one thing I am certain. The von Valancius dynasty will cover itself in glory today. Abelard, no matter what happened, you were always by my side. The Seneschal's place is at the rogue trader's side. As you have learned, others can betray and abandon you in your darkest hour. If the Lord Captain cannot count on his Seneschal, there is no one he can count on. That is not a fate that I wish for you, so I'm doing my duty. You have a highly organized mind, so you must have already considered what you're going to do once this campaign of ours comes to an end. Now that I have your blessing, it is about time I tucks his thumb into his belt. It's about time I took care of my family. The Wassarian clan has gone without its patriarch for too long. I should make time for my descendants before some noble upstart tries to chew them up again. You ready to follow me all the way? As always, Lord Captain. I would follow you into fire and back. God Emperor be my witness, I've had the honor of serving under 2 rogue traders and survived one, so there'd be no shame in going down alongside the other. If it comes to that, naturally. Get ready, Abelard. We have quite an ordeal ahead of us. We've been through worse. Yolsan grins cheekily and for a split second looks younger by a good 100 years. He then bows his grey head. I serve House von Valancius, Lord Captain. I'm not a priest, of course, and the spirits do not always speak clearly to me, but I did cast runes. You have a great challenge ahead of you, Eitvater. Be very careful, or better yet, take me with you. There's no better way to guard your safety. I'm glad the Emperor brought our paths together. This only proves that we will not lose, Eitvater. Go into the foulest hole in the universe where only lowborn and wretched inhumans crawl. Fall into darkness and then cry out. Who here believes in the All-Father, sisters and brothers? And even there, in the world's most rotten pit, you will hear an answer. And if you reach toward the voice, you'll find a worthy companion. Everyone who believes in him and follows in his footsteps is given the chance to become someone greater and more worthy. Xavier Calcazar is waiting for me down there. Should I give him your regards? I would rather talk to him myself. My angry and vengeful heart tells me that only he knows how and why the baleful Howl Pack died. It also tells me that I will not forgive myself if that puffed-up arsehole Calcazar somehow dies before I rip the answers from his leering tongue. You found your pack and our campaign is nearing its end. What are you going to do next? I will go wherever I want, and ask every person I meet, do you know the face of evil? Then I'll find that evil and kill it, until I find someone who kills me. If you want to seek me out, follow the bloody trail in the snow, and should you find my cold body at the end, do me a favor, and give me a proper burial, Eitvater. Fenris Hjolda, Vlak. Fenris Hjolda, Eitvater. Ulfar bows his head solemnly and respectfully, an untold honor granted to a mortal who has impressed the Emperor's angel with his deeds. Yay! Well, Lord Captain, my little whisperers have grown quiet. It's like they know the long thread we've been following is finally at an end. It's now or never, isn't it? Thank you for everything either way, Lord Captain. How about it, Dira? Grant me one last prediction for the road. You think the little whisperers are going to play nice? Ha! They weren't that useful even before, and now they're more likely to mess us around than save our bacon. Lord Captain, your fate is in your hands alone. Do not let the words of a deranged psyker confuse you. You're not meant to listen to the grumbling beyond the veil. I'm glad you've been at my side all this time. I thank you, Lord Captain. Can't imagine why you've shown me such kindness. After everything we've been through, you're the only reason I'm still alive. There were so many ways I could have died. I know I've been harping on all this time about Lady Theodora this, Lady Theodora that. You know, you may never become who she was, but she could never have been who you are either. And I'm glad it was you who replaced her, and that life threw me together with you, and not with somebody else. So there. Now let's change the subject before I get all sentimental, alright? What do you think awaits us after this last skirmish? Well, I have no doubts about you. Everything's going to come up roses for you. As for me... you know, maybe I won't live long, but it'll be a good life. I'll leave behind so many tales to tell. Let them remember my name over a mug of something foamy, and laugh at the stories of my, well, our exploits. Hogedira. There. You really have lost it, haven't you? Thanks. Pull yourself together. We have a tough battle ahead of us. If it were an easy battle, who would even bother to tell tales about it? Nobody, that's who. Let's show them, Lord Captain. The Exalted One once wove our destinies into the glittering tapestry of this world with gold and silver thread, Shireen. And today, the pattern of our lives will either be completed, or the tapestry will be torn asunder. Personally, I prefer to place my hope in the first option. Thank you for walking this long road with me. To the Exalted One's throne or into a cold abyss, matters not, my beloved. Wherever you go, I will follow. Just want to say I'm glad of your company, especially now. Ah, Shireen, you found the most discreet and frugal words to wrap the passion I kindle in your heart. I'm not endowed with such rhetorical perfection, so I will respond more ardently. I, too, am glad that the Exalted One wove our destinies together. Curious to see what you'll do once all this is over. You mean if it's ever over, and if the Argi don't play their evil tricks on us? I don't know, Shireen. Being drunk on unbridled freedom sounds nice. It's so close I could reach out and grab it like the tail of a comet, and leave the Kazbalika mission behind. Start doing things on my own without having to rely on your good favor. Limitless possibilities lie ahead. Just have to survive the coming darkness. Get a grip, Jay. We have a hard battle ahead of us. Rest assured, Shireen, when it comes to matters of being in oblivion, Jay Haydari has the coldest mind and the bravest heart. When the path my lost soul was following crumbled beneath my feet, shattered and plunged me into doubt, you were always there, Elantok. Despite how much you hated my kind, despite what my kin were doing, it's time for me to repay you in kind. Our journey together has not been an easy one, but I'm glad that both of us are here today. We both defended what we held dear, just as life had taught us. Today my soul is at peace, for we can share the pain of the coming battle between us, so it is diminished. Will our paths diverge if we survive? Someday they will, Elantok. Exile opened my eyes to many things, but the path of the outcast weighs heavily on my heart. I think that I see my new path clearly now. It sings to me, calling me forward, the path of the warrior, the protector of those I could not save before. All that I have learned about the world, about humans, about you, I will take this knowledge into my new life, and into the lives of my kin. Our fate will be decided in the coming battle. I'm ready to drive back the darkness, Elantok. Are you? Yeah, let's talk to Marashai. Anti-kill, there you are. You have something very special waiting for you, do you not? A trial that will determine whether you stay on top or become dust under the feet of your enemies. Will you remain with me when this is over? Your buck, your ship, is but a tiny shell in the universe of possibilities that is open to my talents. Though the reaving tempest has ended, I can find a replacement for it. Not in Comora, but in the other dark corners of this sector. Slith, corsairs, monkey. Ah, there are many who long to bend the knee to one who knows the canons of war and the tenets of slaughter. Whatever comes, I'm glad to have fought shoulder to shoulder with you. Careful, or else I might think you've gone soft and weak. I'll say this only once. You're the reason for all my misfortunes, but you're also the reason why I survived. Despite the fury of all Comora and the wrath of the Black Heart, consider this confession an expression of my gratitude. Hope your blades have been sharpened. The hour of the great battle is near. My weapons are always ready for new victims. Let me see something. What's his thing? Yeah, he has nothing. He has never once made a decision. It's probably because they don't really follow the same thing. Your Lordship, permission to take off. We're heading to Epitaph. Acknowledged. Glory to the Von Valancius dynasty. Be safe, Lord Captain. Let's do this! Final mission time. Epitaph. Find the Lord Inquisitor.
I know several individuals who would be willing to lay down a lot of thrones for a pile of this dead scrap. And a couple of obliging explorators, too.
Mistress Haydari, if you ever manage to pull off such a trade, I would be extremely interested in the identities of the purchasers.
Xenos is not showing any signs of aggression, simply staring ahead. There's an odd, disoriented quality to its movements. Yep, it's, the Escatus. An odd haze obscures your vision. For a moment you see the metallic corpses at your feet turn into the bodies of soldiers clad in the colors of your dynasty.
None shall stand in my way.
God damn. Every few moments, the metal particles lose their color and become translucent. You can see something dark and formless behind the metal, yearning to be born but unable to do so yet. Xenos is making the same rhythmic sound over and over, as if trying to say something but losing its train of thought and starting anew every time. A broken metallic finger sticks out from between the sarcophagus doors that are slightly ajar. It wriggles weakly. Tanakia? Oh fuck. Elegy of Sorrow. I exist again, and I behold discord. An abominable sight. Great conquerors brought low by a fleeting pestilence. Corrosion everywhere. The hollow insides are ablaze. The grating roar is more like the sound of a metal torture instrument than a sentient being's speech. Bro looks cool as fuck, though. The runts of the universe shall be eliminated. I rout them and I pulverize them into bloody dust. I rid myself of them and of my sorrow. The cursed one will regret ever existing. The armored plates on its head down to the tail flaps of its grav pad. The tremor causes the rock below it to crack and sink in. You are an ancient nightmare from a long-forgotten past. I have encountered others like you, Ogre. once before, and I will do to you as I did to them, send you to the depths of your tomb. An ancient weapon that was broken in battles forgotten. Worthless. I recognize a leader and a true warrior in this one. Yes, still a Xenos unworthy of life, but a warrior all the same. I bet this noble madman of battle will fall by my hand. Casts a joyous look over the party, as if expecting someone to take him up on the wager. Examine the creature. The Xenos' entire skeletal body is made of an unknown metal interlaced with greenish energy channels that glow with currents. Below its waist, the flares of a grav pad are humming and rattling. Its upper limbs fuse into a formidable heavy cannon. Not a single part of the monster's body betrays vulnerability. Without a doubt, this is a technologically superb machine designed to annihilate all life. Disabling it will not be easy. State your names, Xenos. Desecration of intelligent speech. I will sooner see it eradicated. What is going on here? Russ does not have the privilege of witnessing noble metal perish. The destroyer shall be destroyed. The accursed one is sowing disease. The great and mighty do battle. The petty and worthless shall fall. I destroyed nothing. I take no blame for any of this. Rust is rust. It devours one day and disappears the next. I shall unmanifest it. Annihilation! Yeah, I don't really know how to do a Necron voice. Maybe someday I'll figure it out. But for now...
Running binary override. Request approved. You will not undo me. The Omnissiah comprehend visions. We are infinite.
Most of these are warriors, which are not threatening in the slightest. There's a death mark up here, which I'll have Irelia take him out. Doesn't have enough HP to withstand the continuous assault from her. Ow, dick.
If I must.
Okay. And then this will deal 2 instances of damage, which should take him out. Instantly. It did not. Okay, so first things first.
I can do that with the right incentive.
I'm gonna send him over here. Gonna mark this guy.
Am I getting paid?
Then
for
gonna
this?
give Iliad 2 more action points, with which she's going to kill this guy.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Mark this guy. Pop him. Cool.
I won't object to it. More trouble than it's worth.
He's just getting more and more action points. It's wild.
For the throne's glory.
Let's move like so.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Not sanctioned to do this.
Should have used the staff's ranged attack.
Suits my purposes.
Okay, this will give me a nice, big, juicy buff. Yeah, nice try.
Already done.
What's this shield from? Security breach? Every side except the back. Shit.
Not a problem for me.
A moving target lives longer.
Go ahead and finish this guy off.
I'd like to, but I can't.
But they'll just dealt that much damage to him. Bro just took 400 damage out of nowhere.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Damn, how are you alive still? Go down. Dickwad. Reload.
I'll pass.
Oh, well. Just run up, finish the job.
Absolutely not. Forge ahead!
Took that guy out with relative ease. A ragged breath punctures the oppressive silence of the room. Someone's still alive. Tanakia. The main creature at your feet is still alive, as evidenced by its heavy breathing. It was a woman once, sporting close-cropped hair and equipped for battle. Now her skin is shredded by the metal sticking out of her body in a dozen places. Examine the woman. Her body does not appear to have any external injuries. It has been maimed from the inside out. It is as if her flesh was transmuted into metallic shapes that then burst out of her skin and turned her... Oh, wait, no. This is a tech blight, and then we needed Eschatos here, I think, for the secret ending. As if her flesh was transmuted into metallic shapes that then burst out of her skin, turned her internal organs to a bloody scythe. Some of her exposed bones have a metallic gleam to them, while others still look natural. Can you hear me? You... Ah, that coat of arms rings a bell. Von Valancius. I'm not as surprised to see you as you might think. Who are you? Tanakia Calbergaria, Inquisition Acolyte, and, by the grace of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar, the Warden of the Epitaph 1 Covert Facility, or whatever's left of it. What happened to you? I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Oh, you mean the metal things in my body? I have no idea. It's like something's gone terribly wrong in the crypt. The Auspex has detected some unknown radiation, then everything went crazy. Xenos didn't feel like sleeping in their coffins anymore, so they started trashing the place. The Paladin I was standing next to suddenly grew a dozen tentacles, and one of them grazed me. I blacked out. When I came to, I looked like I'd tried to give birth to a shuttle. Looking for Calcazar. Where is he? At the facility in the crypt, making preparations for the emergency launch of the operation's final stage. At least I hope so, or else he's already dead. Now that I think about it, there are enough reasons to assume the latter. What facility? What operation? I guess you're still young if you don't know whenever the big boys and girls say the word facility, that almost always means a colossal secret weapon capable of destroying worlds, and that's all you're gonna get. It'd be very disrespectful of me to spill a secret so many have given their lives to protect. I see. Have I sated your curiosity? Then I like my favor returned. There's a pack of low in my breast pocket. Give me one, you can keep the rest. Feeling very generous today. Take out a pack of low. Take a pack of low out of the woman's jacket. Good. You're old enough to know what these are for, aren't you? Stick one end of the cigarette to my teeth and light the other up. Just make sure you do it the right way around. Let's be straight with each other. You have nothing to hide now that you're dying. What is going on in this place? Straight, huh? Let's give it a try. Taking a shine to you for some reason. One day, Xavius decided to immortalize himself in history in a rather extravagant way. All for the Imperium's sake, of course, but then things didn't go as expected. Even though we expected that they wouldn't. And now you'd better get far away from here, because whatever happens next, I doubt you're gonna like it. Or, you can go down there if you have the guts. Maybe you'll immortalize yourself too. That's what I would do, but I'm insane, so not the best example to follow. About that cigarette? You were saying something about an operation. You're a funny one. Inquisition secrets for a low cigarette. That'd be something, wouldn't it? No deal. Enjoy. People say it's bad for your health. I better be careful. Why does my coat of arms look familiar to you? Oh, I should know. It was on the uniform my agents wore. The ones I sent when Calcazar took an interest in her ladyship Theodora's retinue. They didn't wear them for long, though. When I presented Theodora with Calcazar's ultimatum, she purged her retinue of our operatives. I'm fairly certain Theodora would have preferred to have my head as well, but the Lord Inquisitor recalled me here to guard his treasure cave, just in case Theodora decided to return for what she thought was hers, or the Drukhari started causing trouble. How did your people infiltrate Theodora's retinue? A feint, a deception, game of double and triple crosses. When they told her they intended to take revenge on Calcazar, she believed them. She was just too eager to get back at the Lord Inquisitor for taking her clever Archmagos advisor Amarnat. Do you know Conrad Voigtveer? Not sure if he's still alive, but back then he was Theodora's Master of Whispers. In theory, should have been the one to out my operatives as spies, but instead, he thought they were his chance to pull off a brilliant plot and prove to his mummy how great an heir he would become. It's true what they say about blondes. Every other one's as thick as mince. Heh. What was the ultimatum you gave Theodora? Merely a message saying that her dirty secret is now our dirty secret. She was the first to visit Epitaph. She found something here. Something too good even for someone of her exalted status. Rogue traders are not allowed to have such toys, and I relayed the most exact coordinates down to the last digits after the decimal point to the Lord Inquisitor. Drukhari have come to this world. Why? Ah, the Xeno freaks, my favorite partners. They had a crucial role to play in the operation that you mustn't know anything about. Their visits to Epitaph have left me with so many unforgettable moments. We were ordered not to fire on them first. Split them into atoms, their skinny arses. Deviated so much as a single degree from their approved flight paths. I swear, it was as if those fools were trying to get shut out with their half-witted provocations. Even had a nickname for me, the Almost Witch. A compliment, I guess. I am Anticil von Valancius, Theodora's heir. You'll have to excuse me for not looking surprised. My facial nerves seem to be partially paralyzed, but I gathered as much. I'd hardly mistake you for our spectacular void she-wolf, after all. If she were alive, she definitely would have come here in person. So you're the heir. Well, at least it's not Conrad. Why does no one from Theodora's retinue remember her visiting this system? I give you two versions of the truth. The sugar-coated one and the honest one. The sugar-coated version is that once Theodora realized just what she had in her hands, she deemed it a matter of the utmost secrecy and mind-locked the memories of all members of her crew. The honest version is that she mind-locked the important people and disposed of the rest. Theodora depressurized compartments by entire blocks, casting any unwanted witnesses out into the void. She needed to free up space in her holds for the spoils anyway. You've never heard of such technology, but it would not be a stretch to assume the Inquisition does have something of the sort at their disposal. Now I know enough. Sure you do. What do we do with her? I suggest granting the Acolyte the Emperor's peace, in honor of our years of working together. You've always been so sentimental. A puppy dog, so attached to your colleagues, your hair, your eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, is that still a sore point? This is where it all ends for you. Is this an act of mercy or revenge? Mercy. Rest in peace. One shot is enough! That's a melter-gun! What the fuck? Jesus Christ! I need a clip though, what the hell? Bro, he just fucking blew her the fuck away. Give me a second, I just gotta clip this because holy fuck, that was insane. It takes you more than a few strikes to end the life of the already half-dead woman. The metal skull screeches under the pressure but does not break, and her heart keeps pumping blood through her shredded veins. Finally, her agony comes to an end. Serrated monoknife.
Such is my observance.
Box is filled up with cast metal insignia like the ones worn by Theodora's bodyguards. Some of them have splatters of dried blood. Wait, there's something here. The tiny notebook is adorned with the coat of arms of House von Valancius. The pages, made from real paper, carry a pleasant scent of perfume and are covered in ruleless straight lines of text. Their meaning is locked behind an intricate cipher, but you do not need to know the contents of it to identify the author. You know there's perfect calligraphy and Calligraphic handwriting all too well. Ooh. What if the warrior kills an enemy with a melee attack? Their attack limit is roll. Ah. But this does look badass. We'll see how it feels. Oh, that looks sick. That looks sick, dude. I'll go with this one. I have plenty of other ways to negate my attack limit. Yeah, I don't really like run out of attacks. I run out of movement or action points. The barrier is barely holding. Prepare for defense. Holy shit, what is that? In the name of the Golden Throne, hold the line! Yakmet will eradicate the filth of transient life. Is that an overlord or something? What the fuck? Cryptogeometric Sentinel. Alright, buff the party. Set up this back line. Oh. I didn't see this.
I approach the designated position. If it serves your cause.
It's like she has a thing for missing that attack. Where the fuck did you come from?
I can do that with the right incentive.
With her, I can wipe out pretty much everything on the map except for the big guy. I'm pretty sure.
Don't get too cocky.
Don't miss. Thank you. Do this to make sure that he goes down. Pop him.
I will not.
Did you just fucking miss a 90?
I
It's
am
86.
not your
Fair enough.
Xenos pet monkey.
This guy needs to be downed. Should be the work of one turn. Anything about this automatically reloading?
That is beneath me.
Okay. Right, take him out. Actually, should have used this because it's a free attack. Okay. Get everybody down here and take out these Necron warriors.
All too easy. Watch and learn. Nothing I can't do. I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
Damn it, not what I meant to do. Fuck. Make him bleed. Nice try. Didn't hurt though. Now you die.
Suits my
Die.
Another
Don't dishonor the wolf with such tasks.
This. Get his heavy bolter out. Double his rate of fire for his next burst attack. And take him out. And then take that one out as well. The colossal warrior's formidable underframe can no longer bear his weight, with armor plates clanging his great bulk slumps. A low sound is born in his chest, which your elucidator turns into some words. Let woe befall the unworthy Yekmet dynasty. Sleep is nearing its end and thraldom returns. In my vestment of shame I peer into the stormy horizons of the future. You notice the convulsions in Xenos' limbs. The light is flickering in his eyes. Perhaps something went wrong during this monster's awakening from stasis, damaging his engrams and plunging him into madness. What are you? Despicable. An overlord's moment of grief is befouled by the influence of transient life. Rage has clouded the purity of the morning. Shame upon the cryptogeometric sentinel who was entrusted with guarding the paths of actualization and failed to be vigilant. Unworthy feet have trodden these paths. A warrior of iron. A sentinel of the tomb of the ancient ones. A child of the Ingir. The star devourers, and an eternal enemy of the Asuriani. What is it that is making you grieve? Is it your imminent death? The inexistence of is entropically preordained. It is no cause for grief. The egregious mistakes are. The violated imperatives are. The Yekmet dynasty took watch of the seed of the cataclysm. The seed was neglected. A cataclysm has sprouted from it. Honor has been trampled underfoot. He speaks of honor before death. These ancient Xenos certainly have an understanding of battle courage and honor. Perhaps the old ones are right. And everything has become degraded over the centuries, even in humans. You appear to be looking at the overlord of a minor dynasty of the Xenos. He is clearly a member of a destructive cult that loathes living flesh with a visceral passion. However, as much as he resembles an animated metallic statue, he was once a living being, and the ideals of duty and valor that used to guide him still exist in his mind. What is this cataclysm unfolding here? The Star Devourer is asleep, yet awake. His breath is a poisonous pestilence. His dreams are engrammatic acid. Quantum uncertainty is his shroud, and that which came to pass is entangled in it, and interwoven with that which came not to pass. Possibility becomes actuality. Actuality unbecomes itself. So brazen a violation of the laws to existence set by the Omnissiah, the very idea of is infinitely blasphemous, so blasphemous as to almost be sacred. It is reasonable to conclude that the monster is talking about probabilistic alternate universe. Instead of fighting each other, we should unite to halt the impending nightmare. Unacceptable! The rot of transient life must be eradicated. Your watch is over.
May tachyonic wind carry my words. May the oceans of subatomic resonance reflect it, and may it resound until the world grows old.
Convulsions begin to affect the metallic body, and the entire crypt is quivering along. The walls seem more fragile with each passing second. Impossible anomalies are now rampant in them.
Let the Yekmet dynasty be cursed.
The glow of the glyphs upon the walls becomes chaotic and disarrayed. Something just broke irreparably in this crypt. Deactivate the shield. Lone Inquisitor is expecting the rogue trader below.
It's about time.
Hmm. We're almost done. I guess ballistic skill. It's the only one that makes sense. Target enemy begins an extra turn with. Ah, that ain't great. One final touch towards tankiness. Surviving soldiers bear grave wounds inflicted by Gauss weapons. Even the most skilled chirurgeon would likely be powerless to heal them. Yeah, because there's fucking nothing left. A bulky device, whose machine spirit is continuously weaving a protective force field. This must be what is holding the Xenos at bay, but looking at its unsteady flickering, one cannot help but wonder how long this barrier will last. Not very. Won't have to, because the whole plan was for Calcazar to just one-shot everything here with the Tech Blight. Or at least the whatever was the origin of the Tech Blight. Because the Tech Blight, they said, was just a very small part of something much bigger and much more terrible. Calcazar's right there.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Whoa. Why am I... The fuck? Reality bubbles before you and bursts with an agonizing shriek. A few silhouettes now stand in your way. 3 of them seem to have your face, yet the differences are striking. Each has been marked by other accomplishments and different experiences, making you feel like the protagonist of a tale about a pair of twins separated at birth. Emperor, bestows strength upon me to smite yet another obstacle as I carry out your will. If you are sentient creatures and not mere eidolons, I suggest you back down without a fight. I did not come here to claim your lives. My master, changer of ways, is this of your making? No, I can feel it is not. You're not playing tricks on me, you are sending me prey for a great sacrifice. Where your doppelgangers came from. The blatant abuse of the fabric of existence. So this one's dogmatic, this one's iconoclastic, and that one's a heretic. Blatant abuse of the by the way, what the fuck? Why is that guy not having... What happened to that dude's pants? Whatever. Fabric of existence is causing the motes of reality to flare up. You see the mirages of the Coronis expanse and they glow, altered past recognition by the decisions you have made, or could have made, in some other world. Address the... Who are you? Some refer to me as the Warden of the Expanse, but I prefer being addressed simply as Anti-Kill. Nice to meet you, me from a different version of existence. I'm a blazing paragon of humanity, unbroken by tribulations, the first to venture into the darkness without fear, and the one who unites and brings back that which was forfeited. I am a rogue trader of the God Emperor. Speaking of me, I am the only version of ourselves who chose the path of true power. I serve the master of the changer of ways, and I already chanced upon my reflections in his dream, which is why I'm the only one without a dumbstruck expression on my face. Welcome to my reality, esteemed guests. I have a sneaking suspicion this meeting will end in bloodshed, but I still thank you for the kind words and hospitality. So one of my versions chose to serve the archenemy. I do not serve, I reign. You grovel, but I dominate, and rise ever higher. You notice that your replica is sporting elaborate makeup. Under a layer of powder, the doppelganger's face looks strange, its skin covered in wrinkles. Somehow they remind you of closed eyelids. The master requests a sacrifice, a living sacrifice. Toss them into the warp. Their parts will be unraveled and woven into yours. Oh. 100 unworldly warp voices speak instead of her voice, goddamn. Why did you come to Epitaph? My master, the changer of ways, directed me here and revealed my destiny. This is where I will cut short the life of the Corpse Emperor's champion and claim the great trophy. This is where I am fated to become one with the warp. I wondered at what point your soul was tainted by heresy. It happened on the day Conrad Voigtveil wounded me with the cursed blade. From then on I started hearing voices. Fortunately, my companion Idira taught me how to avoid going insane, and I began to listen to and heed their wisdom. They revealed secrets to me and whispered the dark rituals. I raided the von Valancius crypt, made a dark offering of Theodora's skull and enslaved her spirit. I learned all of her dirty secrets, all of her lies. I saw the full picture and realized that only the strongest survive in the Expanse, and any strength is good enough to survive. In short, you've gone from being a rogue trader to being a piece of a Kraken shit. This is very interesting, but shut up. I've just realized I've not given your spiritual fortitude the credit it deserves, Vater. You're disgusting. You won't believe how little I care about what you think. You seem to be the only one who isn't trying to pick a fight. I do not enjoy pointless violence. Power and authority can always be used for a more worthy purpose. Well, almost always. Unfortunately, sometimes violence does have a point, but it gives me little pleasure even then. So that brings you to this most peaceful one. Duty. I do not know what exactly Xavier has in mind, but judging by his past actions, he'll be ambitious and terrible. He must be stopped. Your doppelganger resolutely clenches his fist around an oddly shaped wraith-bone talisman. The Eldari wear such amulets as a token of special bond with someone, or a token of remembrance for the dead. So you and I walked arm in arm in this other world too, Ellen Tuck. Since the keepsake is now in your possession, my path was cut short before yours. Forgive me, Iliad Lenavis. You took the Cabal Dracon's blow that was meant for me, but the Chirurgeons were unable to heal your wounds. Still, it is a great joy to see you alive again. Why do you care so much about other people? I've been taught some harsh lessons. When Conrad staged the coup, I was badly wounded. Abelard nursed me back to health, and so did the entire crew. They looked after me in the Protectorate for months while I was in limbo, a dark and joyless sleep in which I only heard Theodora's last words, "Protect my people." When I awoke, I vowed to do exactly that, to be not a master to my people, but their protector and their champion. What's your reality like? I think it has less bloodshed than yours. I brought peace to the Expanse, soothed the flame of Incendia's zeal, and stopped Caligos from falling to vileness. The two of us even managed to become friends. I sheltered the Eldari refugees and convinced them to join forces to fend off the Drukhari. I granted pardon to the pirates and renegades who strayed, not out of malice, but because they had nowhere else to go. Calcazar called me a heretic, but no one paid heed to that castigation. The Fellowship of the Void became a respectable merchant guild. The Dame shed almost all his thuggish habits, but died when Xavier turned footfall into a colossal projectile which he crashed into Euphrates II, after it was captured by Eurolon the Cruel. Thousands died that day, well, millions. But tens of thousands were safely evacuated by Vladimir, and I welcomed them to Dargonis. An alliance between the children of Asurian and humans. You speak of impossible things, and yet your ardor makes one want to believe you. Perhaps in your reality, false Elentak, our kinfolk have gained wisdom and tolerance beyond my understanding. What, Vladimir, an hero who chose to sacrifice himself? Your world really is nothing like ours. Wish I could visit your universe. Seems to be brighter and kinder than mine. It's never too late to create it around you. Your faith seems to be stronger than that of us all combined. I remember in whose name the sacred warrant was granted. I remember by whose hand I'm ordained to exist. I believe in my faith is a bright light driving back the darkness. But your faith is cold embers, and when I look at you I feel ashamed of myself. Did you come here to help, Calcazar? The future is not known to me. The Lord Inquisitor did not give me the full details of Operation Precious Sentinel, but he mentioned its importance to the entire Imperium. I've come to lend him my aid, or to stop him if his plan go against the will of the God Emperor. Your doppelganger vigorously chops the air with his hand, and you notice some stiffness in the movement, as well as subtle grimace of pain. As you look close, you realize that looking under your replica's clothes are chains of pendants with jagged hooks digging into his flesh. Such instruments of humility are only worn by the most fervent believers. Where did such piety come from? It filled me on the day that Sister Argenta and I executed Theodora for heresy. I saw all her wickedness and depravity and felt unclean stained by her blood. So I swore to redeem the name of her dynasty. The Lord Inquisitor from your reality must be pleased with you. By the Exalted One, my fiery-hearted Shireen, our friendship would not have blossomed under the light of every star, it seems. You, the abject, groveling creature who chose to sell out to the arch-enemy instead of atoning for her transgressions under my guidance. Your rotten soul was reborn in cleansing flame. That's what I'm talking about. How many feats of fate have you accomplished? Not yet enough. I struck down Caligos Winterscale, a champion of Khorne in the ruins of Dargonus. I joined forces with the benevolent Incendia Chorda to purge the cult of the Final Dawn when they incited a rebellion and used footfall to summon a greater demon named the Edge of Daybreak. The unclean spirit is now sealed within the station that I have proclaimed forsaken forever. I'll be. He's Yoreitvater still. Changing sides would be... No! No. Bro actually, like, was impressed and wanted to switch sides. What a bitch. After the purging of Janus, the Xenos of Cruderak and the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest forged a profane alliance against my protectorate, but with the noble Space Wolves I defeated their combined forces and banished them from the Expanse. Ha! That must have been a glorious hunt! Maybe it'll come to pass in our world too! Did you hear that? We massacred your wretches! Such strong faith commands respect. I'm ready to acknowledge your repentance and dispense justice. The situation has just become complicated. How are we going to resolve it? We shall fight. I sense your soul's greedy interest in what is hidden in this crypt, and I will not have you allow you to take possession of this blasphemous thing. I'm afraid we have no choice but to fight. What is hidden in this world imperils the millions of lives for which I am responsible. For their sake, I'll crush any opponent, unless you all retreat without a fight. But I see we are outnumbered compared to you, Doppelganger. I think it'd be wise to join forces, topple you first, and then resolve the conflict between those who have survived. I'm giving you a chance to settle this affair peacefully and involves self-destruction, in every sense of the word. A great deed is not accomplished by peacemaking. It is accomplished by spilling blood with a righteous hand. That's a heavy bolter. Okay, so he's got a heavy bolter. That's a sword. What do you have? No pants. Okay. Make sure he can't target more than one of us at a time. Have to kill Idira first. She's the Psyker. Those are dangerous. Also need to take this guy out.
I know what is to come.
Shadows are reversed for a moment. That didn't really do much to him.
May the Divine's will be done.
So he's an assassin and a warrior. A warrior assassin. This guy's probably a soldier. This guy's probably a soldier arch militant. Ow. That dealt a lot of damage. Shit. That's the wrong usage of that.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Oh, thank fuck, that didn't take him out.
My Keramite hide is strong!
I am the chosen weapon that will crush the heathens.
There is movement in the
Okay, he's alive still. Good. There he goes. Okay, he's still a vanguard. Okay.
If it serves your cause.
Don't miss, please.
Better crippled in body than corrupt in mind.
Just
And then
designate
go
a
over there and
target.
finish him off, please. Damn. That looks like it would have hurt. Like a lot. Oh boy.
My enemies will be crushed like dust beneath my feet. Pain of this mortal flesh means nothing.
Damn, he gave her another turn. Shit. She's fucking herself up more than us, so you know.
Watch my back. I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this? Me? Never in 1,000 sectors.
He does have an enemy against him.
Let my enemies tremble at the sound of my step.
Okay. So now have to take these guys out. Make him bleed first of all.
Nothing I can do. Everything with unshakable faith.
Give him another one of these. Mark him. And give him that extra turn with which to Finish him off.
Suits mine, man.
Take her down.
Already done.
Kill him.
Let's see how they respond to this.
Stop mocking me.
Nothing I can't do.
Hit. Mark him. And turn.
I hold all the cards.
Another turn. Yeah, no, I wasn't done yet, actually.
Nothing I can't do. Not a problem.
Finish him off.
Nothing I can't do. That's something worse. Suits my purpose.
Okay. And that's that. He took out all of them by himself. That's how that shit's done. Eruption. Melter. Throw this out. Life-draining sword. Oh, that's the one that you get from the first Space Marine you fight. It's kind of sad that you're still using that. Let me see about giving him a different set of gloves. Okay, let's see about Argenta. Imperial Pride, Sororitas Power Armor. Improved Heavy Bolter, and this thing. Solar Staff, Light Carapace Scale Armor. Oh, this is for Pyromancy. No one here has Pyromancy. Wait, what the fuck is over there? Malleus Body Glove. Oh wait, is that her head? Literally shot her so hard with the Inferno pistol, I took her head off. Let's do this one, Destroyer. Trusty weapons, because now I've got an axe. You get the same. You already have that. Let's try and do this quickly and get to the final battle, because I've already been called for dinner. But I want to finish this. It's literally the last mission of the last bit. It's like, come on. I want to finish. This will just be another AP. Yeah. All of them are really, really strong, capable of doing a lot of stuff by themselves, so what's here? That'd be nice if I had a Vanguard. Oh, come on, don't skip stuff yet. Okay. Didn't mean to do that. I accidentally also lost this stuff.
None shall stand in my way.
Okay, let's grab this. Exitus Longlaz. Yeah, hers is just better. That's really strong. Relic Silencer.
Let's make a deal.
Yes. I'm listening.
Let's clear out your traumas.
Data meditation is terminated.
A new challenge for me?
Abelard fucked his ass up too. Connect to the memory core. What is this? They're just fighting. Eliminate. I heard. Just a fight. Okay, it just repeats that. This likely used to be the symbol of an ancient Xenos dynasty. Alright, what's here? Incandescent Storm. Every attack action has a separate cooldown. All of this plasma gun's attack actions can be used in a single turn. Everywhere a single attack gains for each negative effect on the target. Yeah. You're, I guess, getting this back. Even if it deals less damage, the fact that it shoots multiple times, yeah, no argument for the other one being better.
My competencies are not that universal.
It's like being able to shoot more than once. Actually, you know what? Wait. All targets hit by this weapon are to deal to everyone. I'll give this to him, and I'll give this to him.
Victory awaits!
Alright, let's go. Forward, forward, forward. That's Kalkazar, isn't it? Yeah.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Kalkazar doesn't seem to give a shit about what's happening around him. Just letting everybody fight. Lord Inquisitor, we're progressing according to plan. Our troops have already reached the target. Inquisitor, Inquisition soldiers dying and fighting. And fighting and dying. As soon as you touch the ancient Xeno symbols appear in your mind, forming the word. Open the pocket repository? Yeah. Mind assemble circlet. Whenever the wearer uses a psychic power, they can trigger one of the following. To reduce the AP cost, decrease Dale degradation. To perform the psychic power as usual, to increase by +300 to set the cooldown of their attack. If L is increased to 15 or beyond, the effect triggers perils of warp even when using minor psychic powers. Ugh. Attacks by this axe deal additional damage equal to 5% of target's maximum wound. This bonus is applied to each enemy only once per round.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Follow my lead.
Another destroyer destroyed. And let's do this. Final fight time, probably. Oh, that's just a random person. I said you did not heed my warnings. Your decision to come here in spite of them may have consequences, but we still have a chance to turn it to everyone's advantage, if your lordship listens to me very carefully. Master Van Calix, I'm pleased to see you. How was your journey? Illuminating, Lord Inquisitor. What are you doing here? Exactly what my duty dictates, saving the Imperium. Isn't it obvious? Is that what you're here for? What is it? We call it a shard. And yes, as you have noted quite aptly, it is the reason I'm here. This construct contains an ancient, or rather a pre-ancient being of cosmic power. They were called the Catan. The entity is currently trying to escape, and I am here to collar it. No one in this world is capable of taming the power of the true Ingir, the Star Devourers. If you think even a small and imprisoned part of one of them is going to yield to you, you are mad, Monkey. Mad and short-sighted. Of course the Inquisition wants to collar it. How typical. Throne, damn it. Even I can see that no good can come of this grok shit crazy plan. What is a Catan shard and what is it doing here? A specimen of an ancient predator race, devourers of pulsars who feasted on star systems. Reality itself bent to their power. But, many millennia ago, an ancient Xenos race managed to defeat them, shatter them into pieces, and lock them away in prisons, like the one you see before you. Just making sure. So he's got a thunder hammer, probably a demon hammer actually, because it's probably psychically linked. The Ingir are no mere predators, Monkey. They are not just another sentient race. The ancient tales speak of a great war between the Ingir and the Old Ones, and in that war the Ingir found allies to whom they promised unbounded gifts. You have seen them, Elentak. Your species calls them Necrons. The Ingir granted them everything they needed to fight their enemies, but in the largesse they came at a price. Tricked into a state that was neither life nor death, the Metal Warriors served the Star Devourers for eons until they finally rebelled. confine their masses to prisons such as this one? Do you wish to be tricked by their power too? Your unsanctioned Xenos has a point, which isn't the same as saying she's right. The Imperium will harness this creature's power and turn it against our enemies. You think you stand a chance against such power? Do you mean to say that a human is not capable of such a feat? But I am not just a human. I am an instrument of the Emperor's will, one of many, and the Imperium is omnipotent. If I were to fail, another would follow in my footsteps. That is how humanity makes the impossible possible, with the hands of particular people, in particular circumstances. Your skepticism is unwarranted. How will taming this creature help save the Imperium? Over my years of service, I've come to realize that the main problem humanity faces in this war is the imbalance in power. Our opponents are not races or nations, but incomprehensible monsters, and it is high time we acquired one of our own. My yoke will bind this creature and make it a chained guard serving the Emperor. That is not the full extent of my vision. There are other shards similar to this one, scattered across the galaxy. I plan on seeking them out and confining them all inside the yoke. Each conquered monstrosity will bolster our defenses. Seeing as the inhabitants of this place almost killed you, I gather that something went wrong with this plan of yours. Not at all. Operation Precious Sentinel is in its final stages. The increase in Xenos activity is a vexing yet trivial development in the grand scheme of things. They were supposed to guard the device, but they slept through the intrusion, and only the Catan Shard's emanations could make them stir. Theodora's research destabilized the Shard's prison, and my project only made it worse. Whenever particles of the Catan Shard's energy seep out, many curious phenomena occurred. The destruction of the crypt, the warped reality. When I tamed the monster, I ordered it to stop disrupting the laws of the universe. And that brings us to the most interesting part of our conversation. You know my plans, and I want to know yours. Will you admit that I am in the right and join me in this undeniably ambitious act, or will you try to stop me? I'll be upfront with you. If it is the latter, I will be forced to remove you. But I am sure you realize that already. Listen to yourself. What you're planning is heresy. Enough! It will only be heresy if I lose. If I prevail, it will be a triumphant feat in the name of saving humanity from the horrors of this universe. And I will not lose. I will not let you bring this insane plan to fruition. Henrix, eliminate the rogue trader. Henrix, he has gone mad. You don't have to listen to him. I no longer recognize your authority, Lord Inquisitor. My apologies. In that case, Heinrich van Calix, in the name of the Emperor, I hereby revoke your inquisitorial privileges and declare you excommunicatrix. The punishment for your heresy is death. I bid you farewell. Farewell, then. Not a shred of hatred or disappointment on his face. I'm glad to have made your acquaintance, Antikil, despite everything. Eliminate the rogue trader.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Cross them.
Let's put this right here. An Inferno and a plasma pistol, a force sword, and that's just a pure psyker. And then these are just regular dudes. Okay. So I'm thinking most dangerous target is this guy. Well, barring the Inquisitor himself, but the Inquisitor himself is not going to be able to be taken out that quickly. Put this here.
The scriptural prognosis is faithful. Equally is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
Oh. I guess I misunderstood the part where this thing said I'd be able to use all my shit in one go. He's an assassin. Poor guy. It's the Mystic. Let's see if I can't take out the Mystic in one go.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
When Fenris is in battle, oceans bleed.
Yep. Go here. Do this.
Wolves So shall it be.
Yeah. Alright. Time to finish this fight. Oh wait, no, can't finish it yet.
Tell me,
Shoot
and
him.
it is done.
And then shoot him again.
I won't object to it. Naturally. I need a foothold.
What? Oh, because he's an assassin. Keep your distance triggered. Should have gone around. Damn. But it won't apply twice.
I shall not fear.
Apply this.
Not my specialty.
Buff up. Make him bleed.
There's nowhere to hide. All too easy. I'll pass. Not a problem for me.
Hmm.
Suits my purposes.
Do this again.
Nothing I can't do. Already done.
Wanna see a trick?
Okay.
This tedium is beneath. I deal death with my hands. I move swiftly to strike.
Take all of them out. Then move here and take the last one out. Yep. It's done.
It is too early. The yoke must be activated, or all is lost.
Oh boy. Yeah, he's just gonna kill us all. There's no fighting this thing, he just unmakes us. And it's over. We dead. Oh shit! Still go. Oh my god, it's got so much health. Okay. Let's do this. Alright, so 1, 2. Do that. Put that there. Quantum cognition. As long as any shard copy of the energy orb remain, each time it is attacked, the counter shard will gain a stack. Sceptrization trigger reflective retribution on the attacker. Oh, it's got 3 turns. Oh boy. Okay.
A prominence cannot damage a star.
Yeah, don't you worry about that. We'll figure something out. Don't worry about what we can and can't do.
All too easy.
Make him bleed.
Another flamer strike.
Manageable.
I am dealing with each single attack, 10% extra damage for each negative effect on the target. It's quite a few. I could have gotten another hit in. Shit. Damn it. Didn't notice that was already there.
I am not your Xenos pet, monk. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Keep going.
Fortune favors the swift. If I must.
Yep, there you go. There's damage. Oh no. Oh boy, we're kind of split up pretty badly. Let's just buff the main guy.
I won't object to it. Alas, no. But of course, Lord Captain.
Why did you fucking do that? That's not... That makes no sense that you did that. None. 0. Why the fuck? All you have to do is fucking walk along this line. Why do you... So stupid. Alright. So, get over there, activate that. One shot. that out. Okay.
My tactics are flawless. Nothing I can't do.
Is he bleeding? He is bleeding, so I don't need to hit him with this. And then just shoot him. Hit him. We're at a point where we're hurting him. So just keep taking shots at him. Hindrance to my release. I see you. You will be erased. Oh boy.
I'd like to, but I can't.
Hmm. Vulnerable? Oh, it's from earlier yet. Void Fury. Okay, temporarily invincible. Still taking damage and healing and shit, but oh boy. Okay, so get over there, do your thing. Do this so we can do it again. Maybe this will work. Okay. We are very much overpowered at this point. This guy's not threatening us at all. So I'm not, like, concerned. I know this ends my way. Unless he suddenly whips some shit out. Oh, what the fuck? Yoke Amplifier. The work of the combined technical genius, creation capable of subjugating an ancient deadly entity. Interesting. Throw this up on him. Alright. Fight should end now. Unless, you know, some bullshit happens. Is he already... He's got maxed out stacks of this. Yeah. And he's got maxed out stacks of this too. His armor should be 0, right? What? Makes this until the end of combat. It's applied before damage is calculated. Yeah. This should be 0. Weird. Yeah, sworn enemy right there. Double your stacks. To be bound once more. No, your trap will be unmade. Shit. Prepare for demon. Third combat phase begins. The Catan shot is temporarily invincible. Yeah. No point attacking him. Okay, so do this.
I won't object to it.
Do all the buffs. take his place. And then the Von Valancius rogue trader finishes the fight. We did it, chat. We saved the sector. Or the expanse. No idea how the fuck a regular person was able to do that. The ancient monster struggles against the energy manacles of the yoke. Its impossible powers that make reality itself burst at the seams are now being forced into a compact dungeon, quark by quark, returning it to a cruel and painful non-existence in the moment. It could struggle harder, but something is hindering it. You are the cause of these hindrances. Only now does the Catan Shard turn its focus to you, for the battle was nothing more than the reflexive resistance of an alien mind absorbed in a completely different range of thoughts and responses. But now it is thinking about you. Its thoughts are so corporeal that you can sense them and know them. It seeks an end to the conflict. It is capable of resolving it in a way that will benefit all. More and more tears appear all over the Shard's form. As the yoke absorbs its powers, it becomes increasingly harder for the Shard to maintain its physical structure. Each imperfection you inflict brings the Star Predator closer to imprisonment. What the fuck? As yet another layer of a figure appears. I consign you to oblivion without end, monster. You strike leaves another fracture on its ethereal body, forcing the Catan to extend more grain to its attention on maintaining its... And that is all it takes for its power to start flowing into the yoke in an endless stream. The ancient monstrosity lets out an enraged howl, for this is the second time in an eternity that its freedom is being usurped in so forceful a fashion. Yeah, get fucked. That's right, get hit with the fucking melter, bitch. We did it. Come on. End this. I gotta go. I gotta go, bro. I gotta go, boo. Come on. Come on, bro. End it. This may well be the first time in this game where the sound effects and the soundtrack were on point during a cutscene, by the way. That shit was actually amazing. Finish the game! Hooray! Catan Shard was destroyed, the Shadow of Calamity threatening, at least for a time. Gazing upon the drained and crippled worlds, the rogue trader saw innumerable opportunities for the growth of his own dynasty. From the ashes of decades of relative peace, a new ambitious power was set to rise. Pulled between various forces that were desperate to control the rogue trader, his lordship managed to walk the fine line between fanaticism, heresy, and becoming a heartless monster. Each force was either an ally or an enemy, but none were his master. And to kill Von Valancius served only himself and his dynasty. Everything else was either a resource or a trophy. Having lost its leader and lacking worthy success, the Chord dynasty began to weaken. The grim legacy of the abominable Aspis revealed itself, and the Protectorate fell into chaos. Grasping claimants tore the defenseless Demene apart. Resisting the temptation that besieged him, Caligos Winterscale returned to his domain and began to piece together the shattered remains of his spine. Until his dying day, his actions and thoughts were dedicated to saving abandoned worlds and protecting survivors. Alas, he was not able to achieve much in the time he was allotted. He breathed his last breath on the same throne that he refused to leave for decades, adamantly refusing augmetics that would restore mobility and power to his legs. He didn't want to turn back into the same monster. Thanks to the patronage of the Von Valancius dynasty, the cult of St. Drusus was successful in spreading its influence across the expanse. Overshadowed, the cults of other saints lost their followers and faced a harsh choice: slip into obscurity or swear allegiance to the ideals of Drusus the warrior. Hieronymus Dolorosa remained the most revered priest in the cult of St. Drusus. He turned no one away, hearing confessions from pirates, bilge rats, deserters, and beggars alike. It might have been one of those undeserving wretches who infected him with the rare form of leprosy that robbed him of his sight, yet his heart could always see the corruption in the souls of his repenting children. The deal struck by the Cognizance fleet in the Von Valancius dynasty replenished the explorators' dwindling supplies and allowed them to re-embark on a rapid and unrelenting expansion campaign. With powerful bases established in the expanse, the Omniscience scouts bravely ventured forth toward unnamed stars with the same drive that propelled their ancestors to explore the expanse itself. The schism of the discontinuing cycle engulfed the entire Cognizance fleet, and soon the Civil War was over. Disregarding the commandments of their forefathers, the explorators started down a dangerous path of new comprehension, creation, and revision of procedures and algorithms. The fleet was united once more, and in its unity, it was ready to stare down any horrors standing in the way of the catechism of maintenance and operation. Megas Dominus Opticon 22, one of the first to hail the return of the Messiah, took the helm of the Mother Squadron of the Cognizance fleet, unquestioningly embracing the teachings of discontinuing the cycle. He personally saw to the crushing of any renegades who did not accept the Messiah's word as truth and earned himself the identifier Chrome Scourge. The crisis in the Expanse dealt a serious blow to the business interests in the Fellowship of the Void. Having no powerful allies, they retreated. I tried to help, but yeah. For many years, old Rizza presided over the captains of the Fellowship. At the end of her life, she once again took the helm of a ship and led an unprecedented attack on the Mother Squadron of the Cognizance fleet, during which the attackers managed to seize a dozen transport ships loaded with the Omnisci's sacred gifts. Violence throughout the Expanse put many on their guard, and as a result, the Casbalika's mission's business declined. Soon, rumors surfaced among the coal traders about a so-called commission that had made it through the Maw and into the Expanse. Its professed purpose was to audit assets and take measures to restructure operations. These words carried with them an ominous threat. Vladimir Takara, as Liege of Footfall, survived 14 assassination attempts and thwarted no less than 2,000 schemers before a shot finally took his life. The esteemed Liege's funeral was held in great secrecy, with only his closest entourage being permitted to view his corpse, which spawned some peculiar rumors. The Imperial Navy was wary of the rise of the Von Valancius. They saw themselves as dogs guarding the flock of the Emperor's subjects, and there was a new master of the pack. Therefore, the dynasty was watched with utmost diligence, and the admirals feared that one day they would have to go to war against the rogue trader. You'd lose. Chartist Captain Osiris Thorfast founded the Thorfast and Companions Merchant Company, excelling in trade and acquiring substantial escort fleet. After 3 decades, he traveled to the Maw to return to the Imperium in hopes of obtaining the fabled warrant of trade. It is not known how this venture ended. Dargonus grew and prospered. Yay! Race shameless nobility, flocked in search of forbidden pleasures. His rule of law could not reach the tops of science, shrouded in a veil of sinister and mystical rumors. Gabagama washed off the stain. Nice. The enthroned Null Caliph drew millions of pilgrims. Its sacred calculation. Okay. Janus was conquered. The Zenith Sphere. Janus had become the breadbasket of the Expanse, and to threaten it would condemn millions to starvation. Became a melting pot for cultures. As the crisis passed, the refugees died. Proud name, the home of the Reconquista. Minds of Phoebus 6 grew deeper and deeper, and soon the planet became the darkest and most frightening colony of the Expanse. The final stop for the exiled and the damned. Grew hardened. Knew no mercy and were known as the most fearsome fighters in the sector, who had traded their lives for the right to leave the eternal darkness of the mines. Guarded luxuries were built under the climate domes, shrouded by clouds of poison. Wealthy scoundrels of Phoebus 6 gained unimaginable political influence. Such grand and sinister deeds were done there that before long the grim death world was spoken of as the new political center of the Expanse. Neat. No longer secluded and forlorn, Foulstone turned into the spiritual center of the Expanse. Clad in gold and power, rulers went there to be anointed. Neat. Fate of the pure-voiced prophet, guardian of the Hallowed Crucible, was a sad one. After visiting 7 worlds and bestowing he perished at the hands of Dukari. Damn. Recovering from Chorda's regime, Footfall reclaimed its status as the trading hub of the Expanse. Having learned a bitter lesson, Valdem Tokara created the Footfall Partisans Militia, a well-equipped mercenary army that answered only to him. Modicum of order returned to the station. Left without a son, the Racket system ceased to exist. Well, yeah, that's how that works. With the fall of their unholy patron, the Edge of Daybreak, the cult of the Final Dawn perished as well. Every cell of the cult was hunted down and eliminated. Rumors that some worshippers of the Ruinous Powers have managed to get away, hiding the writings of their war-banished lord in their robes, were baseless. Left without a mission or a leader, the Word-Bearers retreated to the depths of the Immaterium. Their last act of vengeance was a bloody assault on Footfall. The populace of several asteroids was exterminated or enslaved, and the statue of the God Emperor was badly damaged. Rotting remains of an Eldari craft world spread around the Expanse. Purified by the Harlequin troop on the Kron world was hidden. Okay, somewhere on the underside of reality Lake Comora. If the rogue traders dimensional rifts, Cabal Blackheart managed to stop it, but some Archons saw the event as a sign of their leader's weakness. Others interpreted it as a grim moment for the entirety of the Dark City. The fall of the Cabal Reading Ten united Comora for a brief and bloody moment. The elites of the Dark City set their squabbles aside. Voice of Oxman Dynasty was long heard in the Coronas Expand, trumpeting the arrival of the rogue trader, brought glad tidings to the faithful and instilled horror in heretics awaiting the righteous retribution. After her death, Victus was granted the honor of being immortalized in the Herald Servo skull for many centuries to come. Her voice praised the von Valancius dynasty, transmitting orders across decks. Master Helmsman, only when a piece of shell penetrated the bridge, was stopped by the stern officer's unyielding chest, but he finally no rest, leaning against his trusty helm. Many years later, High Factotum Danrock sought permission to retire. He said that age had softened his heart and that a more worthy there was no shortage of candidates. Under all that fat, Danrock had a sentimental heart. He spared nothing for the orphans of those who had died serving the rogue trader. The children would give Driveston cared more about preserving the influence of his line than the well-being of the protectorate. His blind ambition lost him his governor's seat and the respect of his family. One of the largest houses turned into an obscure family of petty aristocrats. Missed the moment when her family, which had previously functioned like a were, started to fall apart, racked by infighting. Among her distant relatives, many blamed Toriana for the Kiavagame disaster. Soon, the Gabrak family splintered, only occasionally punctuated by futile attempts to reunite the house. Macarius Salbach was loyal to the rogue trader to the last, despite all of the rumors to the contrary, finding little affection among his subjects or family. He stayed true to himself, remaining a forthright, severe, and pious person. Macarius strived to ensure that every soul in his charge felt justifiable dread before both him and the God Emperor. Members of House Osirian served the dynasty faithfully and loyally, amassing more and more power. A century later, they had finally gained the respect enjoyed by other noble houses. Yet power and luxury can dull any blade. The now pampered and idle aristocrats were scarcely recognizable as the descendants of the formidable Seneschal Wasarian. Oh man. After a century of immaculate service, she surprised everyone by leaving her position and becoming the first mate on a trade ship. She would later admit, like a true Wasarian, that she had always had a passion for ships and voidfaring. As government with Saren became intertwined for a time after the marriage of Astartia and Vicent. Yeah, that's nice. Vicent lived in his wife's shadow. Oh, poor man. When his time came, he passed away without notice. Oh. Harlequin, known as Nocturne of Oblivion, visited the Expanse once again. Sneaking into Dargonus, he came to the Rogue Trader's palace and left him a special gift, a case of Eldari crafting, unmistakably ancient and precious, adorned with the rune of an eye inside a triangle. Only the Lord Captain knew what it contained. The Harlequin candidly warned him that he was drawing the von Valancius dynasty into a deadly dance, a shaking doom, that all will freeze within the threads of terror's loom. Then he promptly departed, not without reason. A few hours later, assassins from the Dark City appeared following his trail and were mercilessly killed. Their armor bore the sign of the Cabal of the Black Heart. Well, too bad for them. After months of searching, Dargonus wardens found the remains of Achilles Scalander on the lowest levels of the hive. Drukari artifacts and records discovered beside him indicated that the engine had been compromised and was working for the Xenos. Marizai confirmed the guilt of the deceased Inquisition Nation and described in detail the torture. Yep. Confirmed that Ilias had found and killed his monkey toy, yet few chose to believe the words of the cursed Xenos. Cult of the Fatal Thirst punished everyone who had helped the Rogue Trader. The turret known as the Commissar survived against all odds. Making despicable deals and buying his own life with the lives of others, he found new benefactors. Many more subjects of the God Emperor who had the misfortune of finding themselves in Dark City became victims of his vile manipulations. The savage deeds that Gordy Skatov witnessed on footfall traumatized him forever. His architectural genius was shattered. Only the rare collection of true connoisseurs held his work, written in a shaking hand. Footfall, the ultimate void station and mortuary. Adelia Bellado, the granddaughter, the trade clipper, the Snake, traveled to all the settled worlds and to many enchanted ones as well, and all the time was captain. Her ship never once. Abelard remained the Lord Captain's right hand till his dying breath. He didn't retire like he wanted to. Cleared of accusations of mutiny, dedicated itself to Dargonus' fleet. When years later, left to this world, the worthiest successor received the honor of inheriting the high office of Seneschal. Having completed his last journey with his Lord Captain, Abelard was sailing with the greatest permission of left his post Seneschal and took over the helm of his large family. But you just said that. Okay. House Wasarian rose above his rivals and was never again the target of persecution, even after the esteemed patriarch died decades later in his bed, surrounded by his grieving loved ones. Yeah, perhaps just, I don't care. She became a Sister Repenti and eventually died. Woo. She left the Casbala Commission and became an independent agent. Choosing one's destiny is a unique gift that ordinary mortals would never dare dream of. But Jay was no ordinary mortal. Half a century later, a fledgling rogue trader whose name is now forgotten brutally crushed Jay, accusing her of abusing her power. The rogue trader conquered her worlds, exterminated her people, and did everything in her power to wipe Jay's name and vulgar deeds from the Expanse's memory. Once known for her passionate nature, after meeting the Lord Captain, Jay firmly refused to share her favor with all others who sought it. After the many adversities they had braved together, her heart belonged to the rogue trader. Decades later, a glorious ship was built on Kiavagama, which became the new flagship of House von Valancius. The proud vessel was named the Lady J. Heinrich van Calix, the former interrogator, took the mantle of Lord Inquisitor after his mentor's death, receiving both the Inquisitor's rosette and the duty of defending the sector from the enemies of humanity. Van Calix became the new Warden of the Coronis Expanse. Van Calix declared a relentless war against the enemies of humanity, be they Xenos, servants of chaos, or heretics in the Imperium's own ranks. The Inquisitor fearlessly eliminated numerous nests of corruption in the Expanse. A few decades later, he was assassinated by a criminal cartel. Some say the Kazbala Commission, sick of the unrelenting servant of the law, was involved in the Inquisitor's killing. Became Novator of her house, tasked with addressing forging alliances and expanding the influence of House Orcelio. The Starway Atlas contained House Orcelio's navigator once again had to rely on skill alone in the depths of the Immaterium. Many lost their lives, but those who survived the crisis became hardened veterans and pillars of the house. Most of those fortunate souls were young and brave. Too few among them were old and wise. Adira at last lived several more years after the Rogue Trader's grand campaign on Epitaph. Despite her short life, she left behind many legends and tales of her adventures in the Lord Captain's service and of the terrible warp phenomena that she manifested. Shortly before her death, Adira vanished from her post. Jay disappeared with her. When Jay returned many cycles later, she declared that Adira's last day had been full of joy and adventure, and that her greatest pleasure had been watching the Void Whales play. Okay, the March of Ruined Doctrine would like to seize the stolen secrets of Nyansai from the hands of heretics. The fleet disappeared into the darkness, and only rare echoes of its astropathic messages were ever intercepted. The unit Abel Hanuman continued his service to the Yamanat Collective. In unity with 5 companion minds, he rediscovered the joy of direct cognitive communication, unmarred by inborn otherness. While outwardly silent, he joyfully described the images, concepts, and ideas that the Omnissiah revealed to him. Fulfilling his function, he overflowed with the exaltation of efficiency. For many years, Ilya traveled at the Rogue Trader's side, helping him decipher the secrets of lost Xenos races and lending him the wisdom of her kind. Half a century later, she sensed that it was time to say goodbye. The path of the outcast had come to an end. After bidding farewell to her Elantak, Iliad made her way to her surviving kin. Iliad followed a new path, the path of the warrior. She only hoped she would never be forced to raise her weapon against the mortals who had become her true brothers and sisters in arms. Rumor has it that Iliad and Pascal met again among the alien stars. A band of Eldari warriors were trying to protect an ancient planetary edifice of their people from the covetous servants of the Omnissiah. Upon learning that Iliad was leading the Xenos, Pascal personally descended to the planet and struck down his former comrade in arms. Her death did not stir any feelings in his metallic heart. Motherfucker! Marzai Azaraj, also known as the Tempest's Doom, spent several years with the Rogue Trader, filling the entire crew with terror. However, with time, his restless and ambitious nature got the better of him. Having grown weary of the companion of Monkey, the Drukhari left the ship. Soon after, the Coronis Expanse saw the rise of a new mercenary group, a motley army of humans and Xenos led by a bloodthirsty and ruthless Drukhari leader. Years later, Marajai's name resounded through the Expanse once more. His gang had intercepted Astartia Wasarian's ship. Her head was delivered to Abelard with a note informing him that it was a gift from an old acquaintance in remembrance of a glorious past. Abelard's grief sent him on a 6-year-long hunt for the despicable Xenos, which sadly was unsuccessful. Man, what a piece of shit. After burying his brothers, Ulfar... By the way, I did not see a single Astartes plasma pistol. Really disappointing. After burying his brothers, Ulfar felt the weight of exhaustion and loss on his shoulders. His loyalty to the Allfather was strong, but his heart had suffered much over his decades of battle. Unable to break his vows, he continued to sing the saga of his pack alone, the last of the baleful Howl. Hundreds of legends on myriad worlds are told of the lone wolf. Covering his armor with a grey cloak, he would appear and vanish again, leaving only the corpses of the unrighteous behind. Stories were crafted about the mysterious Avenger, and hundreds of young heroes, wolflings, began to follow him. Ulfar did not call on them. He did not remember their names and did not mourn them. He longed only for an honorable death, but could not find it. He always survived. Thorvald Ironhide led the Stormbiters for decades more, exterminating evil in the Expanse and adding glorious verses to the saga of his pack. When he fell, his successor Halbrand decided it was time for the wolves to return home, and so he led the pack into the moor. Whether they were successful in turn to Fenris is unknown. It is rumored that the true cause of Thorvald Ironhide's demise was treachery. Faced with a superior enemy, the Space Wolves called on their allies for help, but a nearby squadron withdrew to finally broadcast that the blood debt to Archmagos Amanat is not forgotten. Such was the echo of the deeds of the rogue trader of House von Valancius, deeds that transformed the Coronis Expanse and prepared it for events, even darker and more violent, but those are the events of a different story. This one has come to an end. The end, chat. Hope you guys enjoyed. For now, that's the end of the playthrough. It's also going to be it for today. Probably not going to stream on the weekend, but we will see. Let's find somebody to raid. How about we raid? You know what? Let's raid Ash again. She's She's still playing Rise of Ronin, so let's just drop you guys off with her because I have to go. So, again, hope you guys enjoyed. I know I did. Hope to see you guys again next week. We're going to be getting back into Dragon's Dogma now that, you know, the hype has kind of died down. People still want to watch it, but there's few big streamers playing it. We'll jump back into it and have some fun with that. So, hope to see you again. Hope to see you then. Have a good one, guys. Cheers.